or call 1-855-ELOQUENT.
Tune in to elevate your wealth.
If you're 5 to 10 years from retirement, you do not have the time to deal with a market downturn.
With Mark Stimson and Casey Elkins.
It's important that you know what the rules are, because if you don't, you can make some tremendous decisions that could adversely affect you, and you may not be able to go back and fix them.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me anything. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? I'm Holly with South Seattle Smiles. Our unique dental implant practice uses many employer-based medical insurances to cover your dental implant treatment. Don't let navigating medical insurance stop you from a life-changing opportunity. I'll help maximize the plan you have. Call 206-241-5533 now. We are in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO. That's 206-241-5533 or visit southseattlesmiles.com. That's all.
Thanks for being with us. A heartwarming moment of kindness has gone viral and turned into a real life changer for an ice cream vendor in Tampa, Florida. SunnySkies.com says Don Tomas, affectionately known in his community for his years of dedication and hard work, was recently seen pushing a heavy ice cream freezer down the road in the sweltering Florida summer heat. That sight moved a TikToker who filmed a short video of Tomas and shared it on social media. The clip quickly captured millions of hearts. The overwhelming response to the video inspired her to launch a GoFundMe campaign with the goal of raising funds for Tomas to have his own ice cream truck or trailer, something that would allow him to continue his work in safer, more comfortable conditions. In just 1 week, the campaign raised $30,000. And thanks to the power of community and compassion, Tomas will soon be able to keep doing what he loves, bringing joy and frozen treats to his neighborhood without having to walk miles in the heat. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit GoPestPros.com to schedule a free inspection at Go Pest Pros.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Tenuous truce.
I hope that this ceasefire is a new beginning for Israel and for Iran and for the Middle East.
Heatwave intensifies.
It feels like an armpit out here.
housing dilemmas.
Virtually impossible for many potential home buyers.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. Israel claims Iran launched missiles after the start of a ceasefire, and Israel vows retaliation. President Trump accuses both sides of violating it.
These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous.
It all came hours after the two countries agreed to end their 12-day war. Here's CBS's Deborah Patta.
In the hours before the ceasefire was supposed to come into effect, both Israel and Iran tried to inflict maximum damage. Israel pounded Iran in one of its most deadly attacks of the past 12 days. The Israeli government says it destroyed dozens of government targets and killed hundreds of Revolutionary Guards. Since the early hours of the morning, an eerie calm has now descended on the streets of Tehran. Iran's parting shots came in 6 waves of missiles, with a direct hit on the Israeli town of Beersheba. The bodies of at least 4 people were carried out on stretchers, bringing the death toll in Israel to 28.
Just minor damage after Iran's limited retaliatory strike on a U.S. military base in Qatar, and no injuries. Iran warned of it in advance. President Trump was first to announce the ceasefire development on social media. He's now headed to a NATO summit in the Netherlands. White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
He really wanted to go into this NATO summit with a victory, to say that he was able to broker this ceasefire. He was jubilant last night as he talked about how both Israel and Iran agreed to it. But today he is extremely frustrated. He said that both countries have already violated it, and he even used an expletive. He said, when he was asked whether he thought Israel was committed to peace, Trump said, we have 2 countries that have been fighting for so long that don't know what the F they are doing.
The Mideast news sent stock futures higher ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street, and oil prices lower.
I'm Vicki Barker in London. Oil prices hit a 3-year low right after that ceasefire announcement, after soaring in the wake of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran. Here in London, Brent crude was trading at $68.76 a barrel a little while ago, down from over $79 a barrel. Prices, though, inching back up on signs that ceasefire may be faltering. Volatility is the word of the day.
Extreme heat is forecast today for 195 million of us in the eastern half of the country. CBS's Rob Marciano.
We've got heat indices and advisories and warnings that encompass several states here, probably over 24, 150 million people involved with this. And today's records potentially will include triple-digit forecasted temperatures in D.C. and Baltimore, Philly, New York. We hit that. That's the first time we've done it since 2012, and that would be a record that stands since 1888. And then you include the humidity. That's what it really feels like to your body, and that's when you can really overheat. And we're still in dangerous categories from St. Louis all the way to Boston today, and then things begin to change a little bit tomorrow.
The U.S. Supreme Court is giving the Trump administration the green light to send undocumented migrants to third countries. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
This is a great deal of discretion being given to the executive branch, to the Department of Homeland Security, to allow them to go ahead and manage these type of international removals without the court having finally said whether or not they're using proper procedures.
A lower court said those migrants should have an opportunity to challenge their deportation. A federal judge has blocked the effort by the administration to keep international students from attending Harvard University. The order preserves the ability of foreign students to study at Harvard while the case is decided. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey,
Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Prosecutors are winding down their case in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. CBS's Jared Hill.
Federal prosecutors' final witness in Sean Diddy Combs' trial back on the stand. Homeland Security Special Agent Joseph Churchill continued to detail evidence against Combs, including travel records and hotel invoices connected to the so-called freak-offs at the center of the case.
Police in Wisconsin have charged a man and woman with poisoning two women he used to date.
Police say the two victims briefly dated Paul Van Dyne of Madison more than a year ago. He and his current partner, Andrea Whitaker, are accused of lacing his former girlfriend's water bottles with thallium and leaving Abrin, a potentially fatal toxin, in their cars. Both victims were hospitalized with severe abdominal pain. One of them, with her voice disguised, says she fears for her and her children's safety.
Because I'm constantly bracing for what Paul and Andrea might do next.
Van Dyne and Whitaker have been charged with attempted murder. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Trump administration plans to rescind a nearly quarter-century-old rule that blocked logging, road construction, and development on national forest lands. It effectively ends protection for 58 million acres of forests. An annual report says the choice of owning or renting is a difficult one right now, with rents rising and buyers facing obstacles.
The State of the Nation's Housing Report for 2025 finds that it's becoming harder to own a home, and it's a mix of challenges: higher prices, interest rates, insurance premiums, and property taxes. Alexander Herman of the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies.
If you spend more than 30% of your income on housing, you would consider you a cost burden. So now more than 20 million homeowners have cost burdens. That's about a quarter of all homeowners in the country.
The study finds that many builders in 2024 responded by producing homes that are smaller or had fewer amenities. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
A 29-year-old Colorado man who was struck by lightning last week on his Florida honeymoon has died. It happened in New Smyrna Beach. Two golfers were also struck in the same area but were not seriously hurt. From the music world, British guitarist and songwriter Mick Ralphs has died. He was a founding member of Bad Company, and before that was in Mott the Hoople. Ralphs, who never fully recovered from a stroke 9 years ago, was 81. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Celebrity chef Anne Burrell may be gone, but fans will still see plenty of her on TV.
The caramel is burned.
Just weeks after she died, Anne Burrell's final season of Worst Cooks in America will premiere July 28th. The Food Network tells the New York Post it will also run a curated selection of encore episodes featuring Burrell tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. It'll include episodes from Guy's Grocery Games, Worst of the Worst Cooks in America, and Boot Camp Diaries. 55-year-old Burrell was found dead at her home in New York City June 17th. The cause is pending. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
For the 11th straight year, Chick-fil-A came out on top in a survey of fast food chains by the American Customer Satisfaction Index. It also polled the top delivery apps. DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats all scored about the same. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The manhunt for Travis Decker enters its fourth week with no confirmed evidence he's still alive. Decker is accused of killing his three young daughters, Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, whose bodies were found near Leavenworth Campground. Despite extensive searches in Kittitas and Chelan counties, authorities say leads have dried up. Some resources are now being redirected in case Decker has died in the wilderness. Officials urge the public to stay alert and report any suspicious activity. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after a Pierce County deputy shot and killed an arson suspect in Parkland on Monday. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports it started at a fuel station along Pacific Avenue South.
People called the Pierce County Sheriff's Office and told dispatch a man was breaking and throwing stuff around after deputies made contact. The suspect ran away right into the backyard of this home off of 112th Street and C Street South. That is where police say shots were fired and the suspect was killed. Yet this is just the beginning for detectives.
The Pierce County Force Investigation Team will be taking over this investigation, and further information will come from them
as they comb the area for clues and go door to door.
After nearly a year and a half, the National Transportation Safety Board will determine the probable cause of the Alaska Airlines flight door plug blowout over Portland last year. Boeing says in addition to receiving more safety reports from workers, they're now requiring safety and quality training for nearly 160,000 employees. Aviation expert Scott Hamilton says there's a lot riding on Boeing's safety improvements.
Boeing's future depends entirely on convincing the Federal Aviation Administration that the company has its act together.
The meeting starts at 6:30 this morning. Meanwhile, Pierce County Sheriff deputies recovered the body of a man who stabbed and killed his girlfriend on Catron Island. KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horger reports this happened Sunday night.
Neighbors found her and they tried to save her life, but they say her injuries were just too severe. Deputies found the suspect's car had been driven off a dock and dropped down into the water. That suspect was found dead inside. The two had a child together. So now Child Protective Services is taking care of that one-year-old child.
We have an update on a story we brought you last week about that Mini Cooper that went off the Edmonds Ferry dock, leaving two people dead. The Seattle Times reports the driver, 29-year-old William Russell Leonard of Tualaip, has been charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder. Last week, KIRO 7 TV obtained police body cam footage of the rescue effort.
I'm going to toss this closer to you. Okay, wait. We have one out of the water.
5 people were in the car, including Russell Leonard. 2 women in their 40s died. Gas prices are on the rise amid growing hostility in the Middle East. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner has the latest from the pumps.
This summer travel demand combined with growing conflict abroad driving up gas prices. Washington's state average at $4.43 a gallon Monday, with regular fuel up 6 cents from last week. In the same time frame, the state's diesel average went up 16 cents per gallon, a pricey trend that could continue if oil supply is disrupted in the Middle East, leading to market volatility. Mark Finley's a global oil and energy expert.
Because it's a global marketplace, when uncertainty hits, prices go up right away.
Finley says despite the recent hike, U.S. gas prices remain lower than a year ago. On social media Monday, President Trump wrote, "Drill, baby, drill." Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
The Sounders have been eliminated from the FIFA Club World Cup. The soccer team lost 0-2 to PSG, Europe's top team from Paris. The match was held at Lumen Field, but some Sounder fans opted for a sports bar to watch the loss.
The diehard Seattle fan in me always thinks that there's a chance. Reality is PSG are a very, very good team, and it was an uphill battle to start with.
The club tournament is viewed as a test of time for the city's hosting abilities ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. 6 matches will be played here in Seattle. Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton 17, Renton to Bellevue about 60 minutes, and Everett to Seattle about 20 minutes right now. And for your forecast, we've got some pockets of low clouds this morning with gorgeous sunshine ahead. Highs will be in the mid-70s again today. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, crime and punishment with Casey McNerthy from the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Escalation.
The U.S. attacks Iran.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America.
Stay with KIRO News Radio for the very latest.
Iran launching missile attacks today on U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Retaliation for the American bombing.
And what it means here at home.
The Bremerton-based USS Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East.
Experience local voices you trust. Stay with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Stop Medicare fraud. Report anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHIBA. If you suspect Medicare fraud, call 800-562-6900. 800-562-6900.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Time for our weekly crime and punishment segment with Casey McNerthy from the King County Prosecutor's Office. And today we're talking about cybercrime.
Well, the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center put out its 2024 report on cybercrime, online scams, and cryptocurrency-involved fraud. What did we learn from this report, Casey?
Well, lots of concerning numbers. So there was almost 900,000 complaints received nationwide, and about 250,000 of those had actual losses. And those losses, the numbers went up year to year. For the average person who complained, they lost just over $16,000. So these are just some pretty significant losses when you look at them. That's real money. You know, what you also see is that they target older people. Mostly over 60 were the people who were victimized. And, you know, Washington was in the top 10 in terms of losses for victims. It's a real concern. And so I talked to Patrick Hines, who's the head of our division, our criminal division that handles economic crimes, and asked him, you know, how does this match with what you're seeing in King County and locally? Here's what he had to say.
The data that IC3 is reporting
does generally match up with what we're seeing at the King County Prosecutor's Office in the Economic Crimes and Wage Theft Division, which is that cyber crimes, online scams, cryptocurrency-involved fraud are all significant and increasing problems in King County. That's obviously a major concern for us both as an office and for the people who live and work here. That's particularly concerning given that many of our law enforcement partners are still struggling with staffing and resource issues. And that means that there are fewer detectives available who have the time, experience, and expertise necessary to investigate these types of crimes. To be clear, this is not an issue of law enforcement not caring. This is just an issue of resources. If staffing levels are low, and if law enforcement has to prioritize emergency responses, violent crimes, sex crimes, and so forth, there are just fewer people and fewer resources that can be dedicated to working on these crimes that can be complicated and time-consuming to investigate.
Important points all, Casey. What I wonder about is, first of all, is there a difference between who prosecutes this? I would imagine a lot of times this is something that federal prosecutors handle.
Yeah, when they get those cases, they can. And they can help out with the ones that are more on a wide scale rather than unique to Washington State or to King County. The ones that happen here locally in King County, I talked to Patrick Hines about the cases locally. Here's how he answered it.
We certainly prosecute fraud and other crimes involving fraud on a daily basis. Identity theft, for example, we are filing and prosecuting those charges on a daily basis. Frauds of various sort, mortgage fraud, insurance fraud, organized retail crime, and just other types of theft and fraud, we prosecute on a daily basis at the King County Prosecutor's Office.
Casey, switching gears, the other day, Seattle Police and Seattle's Unified Care Team were removing an encampment in the Queen Anne Greenbelt. Take us to what happened.
So that's the area right by where the Staples used to be, by the on-ramp to the Magnolia Bridge. There was a guy who didn't want to go, and there was the Unified Care Team there along with SPD, and that's when officers said that he used a makeshift spear and went after an officer, and that got charged as a first-degree assault when it came to our office at the King County Prosecutor's Office. A lot of people wonder if those cases actually are charged, and they are.
Your team also handled a case. I've seen this happen in my local drugstore. What happened here?
There was a guy who was riding a scooter inside of Walgreens, and the security said, "Hey, don't do that." And that's when the guy says, "I've got a gun," and that's how you get the cops called. And the cops showed up, and I'm sure glad there are officers who do this, because I would be honestly too cowardly to have that confrontation, because when they confronted this guy, they found him with a round in the chamber, according to officers, and now he's facing an unlawful gun possession charge because he had a previous court order not to have that. I mean, that's a tough job, and that's a pretty routine case for police. We're really thankful that they have officers who care to do that.
It's wild to think that somebody thought they could just ride a scooter in a store and threaten people with a gun and there wouldn't be any consequences.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a fast way to show up in court.
Casey McNerthy, King County Prosecutor's Office. We'll see you next week.
Sounds great. I'll see you both next week.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, some pockets of low clouds this morning with gorgeous sunshine and warmer weather for most of the day. Highs will be in the mid-70s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, a look at the growing popularity of women's tackle football. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you got to look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
For the news you trust.
Breaking news we are getting.
Experience matters.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO Newsradio.
Good morning. I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We're on YouTube, our app, and 97.3 FM.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
RV buyers save thousands at the 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Huge discounts on new and used models. Meet factory reps. Enjoy free lunch. Every purchase includes a $500 parts coupon, a free E2 hitch for travel trailers, plus a year's worth of free camping. The 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe. Hosted by Open Road RV. Free parking and admission.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Israel is accusing Iran of launching missiles into its airspace after a ceasefire was to take effect. It is vowing to retaliate. On Iranian state media, Iran's military denies firing on Israel, although explosions and sirens were heard across northern Israel, and the Israeli military says 2 Iranian missiles have been intercepted. Speaking to reporters, President Trump said both sides are at fault, warning Israel on social media not to retaliate. CBS's Natalie Brand is at the White House.
At the end of his remarks, he was asked if he believes Israel is committed to peace, and he replied, "We have 2 countries that have been fighting for so long, they don't know what they're doing." So here we see a very frustrated President Trump. We'll have to see if he reaches out again directly to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Even before America's weekend strikes, uncertainty in the Middle East was driving up gas prices at the pump. In Washington state, average fuel prices for a regular gallon went up 6 cents in the past week and 16 cents for diesel. Fueled but increased demand for summer travel, as well as concerns about disruptions to crude oil supply in the Middle East. Prices are expected to keep climbing in the days ahead, says oil expert Mark Finley.
Which is why we saw President Trump earlier today saying, hey, Energy Department, let's drill, baby, drill, because he knows that voters are worried about the spike in prices at the pump.
Despite the recent uptick, gas prices remain lower than a year ago. A Pierce County Sheriff's deputy shot and killed a man in Parkland Monday afternoon. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports the man was attempting to set fire to a gas station.
Police say shots were fired and the suspect was killed. Yet this is just the beginning for detectives.
The Pierce County Force Investigation Team will be taking over this investigation, and further information will come from them.
As they comb the area for clues and go door to door.
They'll talk to witnesses, try to find witnesses, try to find anybody else that may have seen what was going on.
Not only to figure out what caused things to end in gunfire.
Then the investigation goes from there as to what exactly led up to all of this.
But why the suspect was trying to burn a small building down.
Redmond police are looking for a man who they say assaulted multiple people and even pepper sprayed a toddler in public. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner has the latest.
Hundreds of people gathering in downtown Redmond earlier this month for the Chime Music Festival, but it's a performance that happened offstage that's drawing attention. Police say during the festival, a man followed another man into the bathroom, then choked him and pepper sprayed him in the face. And his actions didn't stop there, says Jill Green with Redmond PD.
Another gentleman and his toddler came in the bathroom and he pepper sprayed them as well.
The man then took off running. Police want him arrested soon. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Today, the National Transportation Safety Board will hold a public board meeting to determine the probable cause of the door plug blowout over Portland last year. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports outside Boeing's Renton facility.
Today, the board will discuss what NTSB investigators found. This includes a preliminary report showing 4 bolts that were supposed to secure the plug were actually removed during a Boeing repair at one point, but they were never replaced. In January, we spoke with the attorney for many of those victims. He says Boeing needs to take more responsibility.
What's it going to take for Boeing to get its act together? I don't know. They've suffered lawsuits. They've been criminally prosecuted.
and their stock prices plummeted.
They also plan to vote on future safety recommendations to prevent similar incidents from ever happening again.
The meeting starts at 6:30 this morning. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle about 28 minutes right now. Tukwila to Bellevue 21 minutes. Issaquah to Seattle about 19 minutes right now. Redmond to Seattle about 23 minutes. And for your forecast, we've got some pockets of low clouds this morning with gorgeous sunshine and warmer weather on the way for most of the day. Highs will be in the mid-70s right now. It's about 53 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
The Tennessee Trojans, the Atlanta Truth, and the Mississippi Panthers are just three of the growing number of teams in the Women's National Football Conference, the first women's tackle football league. The league's championship will be broadcast to a national audience today for the first time. CBS's Janet Shamlian reports on how the players are redefining the sport.
Sweeping left, and she's got room. On football fields across the country, a growing number of tackles and touchdowns are being made by women. Brown, set! Athletes who are part of the semi-pro Women's National Football Conference. 99 yards to the house! Founded by former player Odessa O.J. Jenkins.
This is a really good football team that we're playing.
She's coaching the Texas Elite Spartans in today's historic championship game.
3, 1, 2, 3. Be elite!
What is it like to have this broadcast nationwide today?
It's a dream come true. It's a dream come true for me. It's a dream come true for the women who play in the WNFC. And it's the reality that we're legit, right?
Yeah.
Women's football is here.
The former star running back is now the winningest head coach in women's tackle football history. And she's got the bling to prove it.
We don't go small in Texas.
When OJ laced up her cleats as an athlete, the game didn't come with national airtime or the $1 million worth of endorsement deals she's lined up from brands including Adidas, Riddell, and Dove. Yet she admits there's a long way to go. Players aren't paid for their games.
These women have been playing football for a long time, and it's time to pay them. It's time for brands to stand up. It's time for investors to take their bets. I think in the next 3 years, it's going to be a massive revolution in pay equity in football for women.
I believe this is why we're winning, part of the reason.
Quarterbacks Ashley Clark and Michelle Angel will lead their respective teams in the championship. Both juggle weekend football and weekday full-time jobs.
You get on the flight on Sunday and go back home, and on Monday morning, you have to go to work. That is the reality of it. Even if you need to do cryo or ice your leg or whatever you need to do, you have to go to work on Monday in order to pay for your life and for football as well.
What's the next step for you guys? Today's a big one, but beyond.
I think we want to continue to grow the brand and get eyes on women's football and then see where it goes from there. I think we just want to see the growth of the sport and create something that's a platform for young girls to be able to aspire to go into.
The WNFC now has 17 teams. The Bay Area's Golden State Storm joins next year. It's a seismic leap for a league OJ has built over 7 years.
What's it like for you to be on the other side as a former All-Star player, now your coach?
It's a dream.
What if it's a one-hand catch?
Oh, you one-handed catching now? Let's down. Say it.
So confident in her coaching, she'll take on anyone.
Both hands. Oh, come on.
If you could look 5 years down the road, where would this league be?
Paying players, a pipeline of girls who know they can become professional tackle football players, and a global army of fans who love this sport.
Possible?
Happening. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Tina, Michelle, I got it! Go score!
I'm Janet Shamlian in Frisco, Texas.
Spike that thing!
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, Are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
This is Ricky Rubio, point guard for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm Holly Robinson Peete, actor and along with Ricky, ambassador for Delivering Jobs. We know that a job is empowering and instills confidence. Yet 81% of adults with developmental differences don't have a paid job, even though companies that employ people with differences report better morale and higher productivity.
There are 6.5 million people in the U.S. with an intellectual or developmental difference such as autism.
And now, thanks to Autism Speaks, Best Buddies, the Holly Rod Foundation, and Special Olympics, there has never been more opportunity to improve hiring practices and build a more inclusive workforce. Join me, Ricky Rubio, and these amazing organizations in supporting and creating pathways to 1 million employment and leadership opportunities for this talented community.
Visit deliveringjobs.org to learn more.
That's deliveringjobs.org.
With over 20 new home communities throughout the Puget Sound area, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is. And their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system. And I hope that really they do, because they'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
CBS News Brief. Hours after an Israel-Iran ceasefire took effect, each side is accusing the other of violations. The BBC's Dan Johnson from Jerusalem.
We have seen that single missile that was then fired towards the north of Israel. At least that is the claim of the Israelis. Exactly what happened there is still unclear. The Iranians are denying that.
The Supreme Court has ruled the Trump administration may continue to deport migrants to countries other than their own. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
It's an indication that this Supreme Court gives incredible deference to the executive branch in making decisions regarding removal and deportation proceedings.
Primary voters go to the polls in New York City today to choose a Democrat to face incumbent Eric Adams in November. CBS's Matt Piper is there.
In the mayor's race, there are 11 Democratic primary challengers, including former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who resigned in 2021 over a barrage of sexual harassment allegations.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, some pockets of low clouds this morning with gorgeous sunshine and warmer weather on the way for most of the day. Highs will be in the mid-70s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger on social insecurity. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutiae in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you, irgpt.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
We say hello to CBS News' Jill Schlesinger. And Manda, this week we're talking about social insecurity.
Oh, yeah. You've heard this before, but it's getting real now. So, Jill, the Social Security Trust Fund is on track to run dry by 2033. What does that mean?
Oof. It means that unless Congress acts, that we are going to see every single Social Security retirement beneficiary, anyone who's receiving those benefits, they are going to see their total dollars reduced by 23% automatically. And just to go back 2 seconds here, just remember that Social Security is what we call a pay-as-you-go system, meaning the people who are working today and paying into the Social Security tax system, workers, they are doing that for the folks who are already retired. So what you're paying today is not yours. It's going towards retirees. When there are more people working than retirement beneficiaries, we build up extra money. That's called the surplus or the Social Security Trust Fund. And when that flips, like, for example, baby boomers are working, a lot of people working. We got more money coming in than we need. We have a little kitty set up. Then all those boomers start to retire. And you know what happens? We need to dip into the kitty. There aren't enough people working. That kitty, that's trust fund, is due to run out in 2033, and that causes a problem. We will not have enough people working to pay the beneficiaries who are retiring in the United States by the year 2033.
Well, that sounds like it could be an economic disaster then, Jill.
I'll tell you what, it'll be a personal finance disaster for sure, because you know, it's a very strange thing. Because these are automatic cuts, it's hard to really understand how dramatic it could be. So I'll tell you, like this year in May, okay, this year, the average Social Security retirement check was just over $2,000, okay? If we just wound the clock forward and we say, okay, it's 2033, your $2,000 check, that would mean you get $2,000 one month, and the next month, that check turns into $1,540. You go from $2,000 to $1,540, a $460 reduction in a flash, just like that.
What can be done to fix this before 2033?
Well, this is relying on Congress to be responsible and act. And it's funny because a lot of the problems that we have in the government right now are really hard problems. Like, it is hard to fix Medicare because we can't get our arms around how much healthcare is going to cost. Social Security is an easy fix. There are only so many variables. So here's one variable. Right now, every person who works and pays into Social Security pays up to a cap of $176,100. Congress could actually raise that cap. They could lift the cap. They could say, hey, you know what? In income tax, you pay income tax on all of your income. Maybe we should raise that cap for Social Security and you pay Social Security tax on all of your income or up to $1 million, whatever it is. But if you lift the cap, it could solve most of the problem. The other thing Congress could do is they could increase the payroll tax amount. Right now, employers pay 6.2%, employees pay 6.2%. What if that went to 6.35 or 6.5%? That would make a big difference. Now, there are two other ideas that I don't love, but essentially you could adjust the formula. So you could say you could reduce benefits for higher earners in the future. Kind of hard to implement, and it does actually cause a lot of shenanigans, which are not great. You could also raise the retirement age. You know who always says you should raise the retirement age? Usually people like me who sit in their tushes all day long in front of a microphone and don't have physical labor in front of them. But the idea of raising the retirement age really hurts anyone who is in a physically demanding job, whether that is a teacher, whether that is a first responder, a nurse, a construction worker, a plumber. It's kind of tough. So I think the most obvious is to raise the payroll tax cap and increase the payroll tax amount or some combination of that.
Us Generation Xers are pretty cynical, Jill. And what do you have to say people I know who say we're hosed, we're not going to get Social Security, so why even bother fighting this?
You know what's weird is you will get it. It's just you're going to get a lower amount. And I think that if you have that view that you're just going to sit back and say, oh, well, too bad, then you can't complain about it happening. But what I do think is really important is that whether you're 25 or 55, this is going to impact you. And the reality is all you need to do is you need to actually raise your voice. Because if there's 70 million people who get Social Security right now. If all those people tell their Congress folks, hey, you got to do something, they're going to do something. You're going to have to actually use your voice, and then you're going to have to plan accordingly. I'm not saying you should just, complain to your congressman and then walk away. Then you have to go to the Social Security system, look at your benefits, and just, again, pretend that you get 20 or 25% less than whatever's there. So if you make a lot of money and you're like, oh, look, I'll get $4,000 a month when I retire, don't count on that. Count on $3,000 a month and then go from there. And then you can adjust your planning accordingly.
Jill, before we let you go, surging tensions in the Middle East after the military strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. What do we expect to see as a reaction on Wall Street this week?
I got to tell you something. It's been very strange because we now have, I can almost say that across the board, when you talk to analysts like I do, and you talk to economists, it's just as if investors are sort of saying, we're not so sure what's going to happen. We're not going to react negatively. So there are a lot of different scenarios. There are a lot of different ways of thinking about it. But so far, investors have basically been shrugging this off. And I think that there's a ton of uncertainty. We cannot sit there and say we know what's going to happen, but I think you should be prepared for anything. And frankly, we're very lucky in some respects that crude oil has been trending lower in the last 12 months. Because if we look at a year ago, crude oil prices, even though they're up 20% in the last month, they're still down 9% from a year ago. So we're lucky about that. Gas prices are $3.22 a gallon right now, on average, of course, nationally. That's down 23 cents from a year ago. So we are lucky in that respect. I don't know what's going to happen next. None of us does. Be prepared for anything.
Okay, and buy low and sell high, right?
Oh, yeah, that's always the best. Just do that and patent that for me.
Okay, will do. CBS News money analyst Jill Schlesinger joins us every Monday. JillOnMoney.com. Jill, thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Take care.
For your KIRO News radio forecast, some pockets of low clouds this morning with gorgeous sunshine and warmer weather on the way for today. Highs will be in the mid-70s right now. It's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kinda spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kinda like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA home loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
What burning questions do you have? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text Choke Points to 888-973-5476.
Tuesdays and Thursdays on Seattle's Morning News.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar this Thursday at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, how much does RLE cost? Is financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered this Thursday at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. Don't miss the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately it also attacked his body. Uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer.
We are so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save Zach, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like him.
Visit LLS.org and save a child's life.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Save up to 25% of remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners during Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance while supplies last. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous.
President Trump is scolding both Iran and Israel after apparent strikes from both sides following a ceasefire he brokered took effect overnight. Correspondent Weijia Jiang is at the White House.
He is extremely frustrated. He said that both countries have already violated it, and he even used an expletive. He said, when he was asked whether he thought Israel was committed to peace, Trump said, we have two countries that have been fighting for so long that don't know what the F they are doing. You understand that?
CBS News consultant, retired General Frank McKenzie, says there is room for confusion.
A lot of Iranian senior leadership has been killed. So it's not surprising that maybe Iranian forces in the field somewhere haven't gotten the word that the war has ended or the war is in a truce phase. So I would look to see what happens over the next 12 hours.
The president made a declaration on Truth Social that Israel would not attack Iran. It would turn its planes around. No one would be hurt. And the ceasefire, he says, is in effect. Mr. Trump spoke to reporters as he left for a NATO meeting at The Hague. Secretary General Mark Rutte.
There is total commitment by the U.S. president and the U.S. senior leadership to NATO.
President Trump says he will probably meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky on the sidelines. It's stifling hot in the eastern portion of the country. Correspondent Nancy Chen is on the boardwalk in Ocean City, Maryland.
Temperatures here will hit the mid-90s today. We spoke with Sergeant of Ocean City's Beach Patrol, Jamie Falcon, about the sweltering heat.
When the weather is this hot, what kind of precautions do you and your team take?
Hydration, hydration, hydration. If you're starting to feel thirsty, you've already waited too long.
Without that ocean breeze, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and New York City could hit highs of 100 today. Police in Wisconsin have charged a couple with poisoning two women.
Police say the two victims briefly dated Paul Van Dyne of Madison more than a year ago. He and his current partner, Andrea Whitaker, are accused of lacing his former girlfriend's water bottles with thallium and leaving Abrin, a potentially fatal toxin, in their cars. Both victims were hospitalized with severe abdominal pain. One of them, with her voice disguised, says she fears for her and her children's safety.
Because I'm constantly bracing for what Paul and Andrea might do next.
Van Dyne and Whitaker have been charged with attempted murder. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The head of the Fed isn't giving in to pressure from the president. In prepared remarks he's set to deliver on Capitol Hill this morning, Jerome Powell says the Federal Reserve is not ready to reduce interest rates yet. He says the central bank has a duty to prevent what he calls an ongoing inflation problem. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
What we're learning about a police shooting in Parkland coming up after we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Chris Sullivan is back.
And I'm glad to be here on this Tuesday, right? Tuesday morning. And definitely it looks like we're into summer vacation light commuting. At least let's try to keep that going. Fewer people on the road this morning. Travel time's looking pretty good. Federal Way to Seattle's only 35 minutes now with the brake lights right there past 320th, but the rest of the way on up, it's not too bad. The Valley Freeway has brake lights in Auburn. A little bit at the north end. We're under 20, though, from Auburn to Renton, and under 40 all the way from Puyallup. Now, we do have brake lights down the South Hill on eastbound 512. Nothing unusual about that. A little bit on westbound 410 as well as you're trying to get over to 167 from Sumner. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy, 35 minutes. Tacoma itself's relatively quiet. A few brake lights up the hill to 18. Coming down from the north end, relatively quiet. We've got 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This traffic report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors. Call 800-562-6900.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04, and we're following developing news out of Parkland this morning.
That's where deputies shot and killed a man who was reportedly trying to set fire to a commercial gas station.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with details.
Here's what we know so far. Pierce County deputies say they got several 911 calls about that suspect last night using a torch to try and set fire to that gas station. It's the Pacific Pride fuel station right where Pacific Avenue goes over 512. Well, deputies say at first the suspect started breaking things at the station, then throwing them around. Then the 911 calls shifted to he's trying to torch the place. When Pierce County deputies got there on the scene, they say the suspect took off. There was a short chase that ended just around the block. And that's when deputies say they shot the man. He died at the scene. They won't say just yet what led to those shots fired or how many shots were fired. This was a person deputies say was known to local law enforcement for previous burglaries. One deputy may have been injured. We're still tracking down a lot of answers, obviously, to this case. More to come.
Thanks, Luke. Later this hour, the National Transportation Safety Board will hold a public meeting to determine the probable cause for the door plug blowout over Portland last year.
KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports from outside Boeing's Renton facility.
Today, the board will discuss what NTSB investigators found. This includes a preliminary report showing 4 bolts that were supposed to secure the plug were actually removed during a Boeing repair at one point, but they were never replaced. In January, we spoke with the attorney for many of those victims. He says Boeing needs to take more responsibility.
What's it going to take for Boeing to get its act together? I don't know. They've suffered lawsuits, they've been criminally prosecuted, and their stock prices plummeted.
They also plan to vote on future safety recommendations to prevent similar incidents from ever happening again.
That meeting begins at 6:30 this morning.
Gas prices on the rise amid growing hostility in the Middle East. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner has the latest from the pumps.
The summer travel demand combined with growing conflict abroad driving up gas prices. Washington's state average at $4.43 a gallon Monday, with regular fuel up 6 cents from last week. In the same time frame, the state's diesel average went up 16 cents per gallon, a pricey trend that could continue if oil supply is disrupted in the Middle East, leading to market volatility. Mark Finley's a global oil and energy expert.
Because it's a global marketplace, when uncertainty hits, prices go up right away.
Finley says despite the recent hike, U.S. gas prices remain lower than a year ago. On social media Monday, President Trump wrote, "Drill, baby, drill." Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Charlie here along with Manda. Sully, how much were you paying for gas when you were in Montana and Idaho?
$3.11. $3.11.
Okay. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was great.
Welcome back. You're back in one piece.
Yep.
We missed you.
Tommy's back?
Yeah, Tommy's back.
All his stuff is in your living room?
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I didn't crash the U-Haul. I'll tell you what, though, I do have a much healthier respect for people who bring trailers along on long drives. Drivers do really, really silly things around people who drive trailers. Charlie, as you know.
Yeah.
And boy, just not knowing that I can't stop as fast or I can't make maneuvers quickly, and they're zipping around. Yeah, big respect for people who do that for a living.
You also learn people don't know how to merge on the freeway.
Yeah, I almost got hit by somebody who was like, came in almost like, what, do you not see the other half of me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty scary, but yeah, once I got past my initial fear, it just took 13 hours instead of 10 to get home.
We're glad you're back.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
We also have David Burbank in studio. Katrina Gishard is out at the news desk, and Nick Kracia is choosing the tunes and controlling the board this morning. Thanks for being here.
Great show ahead of us today. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, too, for our interview with Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell. We've been hearing from all the mayoral candidates throughout the month. Tomorrow, we hear from the incumbent.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up, Sully, you have a choke point for us.
Yes, I do. Taking a look at part of the drive I did over the weekend. What's happening in Vantage and how it's going to get in the way of your summer plans.
Plus, we'll have your personal finance moment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial Services and CPAs.
It's now 6:09. One of the Hillside Stranglers is up for parole this week in Washington. According to the Washington State Standard, serial killer Anthony D'Amato, formerly Kenneth Bianchi, killed 2 women in Bellingham in 1979. He also helped his cousin murder several others in California. D'Amato is now 74, serving time at the Washington State Pen. The state parole board will review his case tomorrow. He's been denied parole several times before. If released here, he would still face life sentences in California.
A young man has died after a shootout inside a homeless encampment in South Seattle. This is according to Como TV, and it says the 22-year-old was shot in the head last week near 42nd Avenue South. He died from his injuries this week. Police say another man was also shot. He survived. Investigators believe the gunfire started during an attempted robbery inside an RV. They recovered 2 guns but haven't made any arrests. Neighbors say the encampment has been a problem for months. The city tracks shootings tied to homelessness and says the numbers are down from previous years.
An attack at an Olympia homeless camp has 4 people behind bars. According to King TV, police say a woman was beaten with a bat and had a gun shoved in her mouth. This happened last week at The Jungle, a well-known encampment in that city. Police say 7 people were involved, 4 arrests so far. One judge called the allegations disturbing on a great number of levels. The victim suffered a concussion and multiple cuts. Business owners nearby say they've complained for months about safety issues there.
It's 6:10. 2 people in Whatcom County, a family there, have tested positive for measles, and the county health department is reaching out to anyone who might have been exposed. One of the infected people was at the Family Care Network Urgent Care Facility in Linden on June 18th. If you were at the clinic around that time and you're not sure if you're immune to measles, you should contact your doctor. Watch for symptoms, which can develop anytime between, tomorrow and July 9th. Symptoms include rash, fever, cough, runny nose, and watery eyes. Doctors say a drop in immunizations has led to an increase in measles cases across the country this year.
Couple of sports notes this morning. The Sounders have been eliminated from the FIFA Club World Cup. Soccer team lost 0-2 to PSG, Europe's top team from Paris. The match was held at Lumen Field, but some Sounders fans opted for a sports bar to watch the loss.
The diehard Seattle fan in me always thinks that there's a chance. Reality is PSG are a very, very good team, and it was an uphill battle to start with.
The club tournament is viewed as a test for the city's hosting abilities ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. 6 matches will be played here in Seattle.
Tough blow for student athletes at Central Washington University. Rugby is getting cut. Center Square reports both varsity rugby teams are being dropped due to budget issues. CWU says overall enrollment is down, and so is funding from student fees. School used to bring in $1.5 million a year. Now it's just over $1 million. The athletic director says they waited until after the season to break the news. Some players say they feel blindsided.
Another outstanding game for Mariners pitcher Brian Wu yesterday. He pitched 6 innings, allowing just 2 runs and notching 9 strikeouts, and the Mariners' 11-2 victory over the Twins.
The windup and the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and there it is. Strikeout number 9. 9 strikeouts for Brian Wu tonight against Minnesota.
Mariners now sit at 40-37 on the season, taking on the Twins again today. Luis Castillo will take the mound. First pitch 4:40. You can catch the coverage of the game on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports.
At 6:12, let's get a check on State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick Allard is back, and it looks like we have a nice day on tap.
I think so, too. We just have to deal with a little cloud cover early, and then we will see some sunshine, some warm weather before we do see some more increasing clouds. So you're kind of bookended by some clouds today. It's not going to be widespread, blue sky all day. And I do think it's going to be warmer. Yesterday we got to about 77. We're more than likely going to be anywhere from 77 to 80, maybe even 79 to 80. It's going to be really nice today. But the afternoon will be cloudier. No way around it. You are absolutely going to find clouds later today and into tonight. So at least that high cloud cover that will signal a change. And that change comes tomorrow with mostly cloudy to even just cloudy skies. And yeah, I think we're going to find some drizzle, some mist, or at least a few sprinkles. So not necessarily a clear day tomorrow. With the cloudy conditions, you can expect at least some mist or drizzle. And that's the same thing on Thursday. But I think on Thursday, you probably have a slightly better shot to see a few showers here and there, especially in the afternoon. But after that, it's morning clouds, afternoon sun Friday and Saturday, and warming back up again. In fact, you're near 70 Friday, you're in the mid-70s Saturday, and easily into the upper 70s and low 80s for Sunday and Monday with sunshine. But yeah, today it's a little cloud cover early, it's sunshine, then it's more clouds again, and then it's just gloomy for a couple days. But it's almost July 5th, so that means it's just going to be warm from here on out.
Almost the unofficial start of summer around here.
But then that means it's almost winter. Dang it.
Nick, we got to be positive, man.
No, it's downhill from here. It's over.
It hasn't even started.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever, Charlie.
53 in
it
Seattle
has
right
started.
Mm-hmm.
It has.
It has. Summer's... Oh, whatever.
Let's get Sully started,
I
shall
think
we?
that's a great idea. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Nobody wants to get me started. Believe me, because I'll never stop. You know that. Looking at the drive now, we're still enjoying a very easy summer drive. So we're looking at some brake lights in and out of Auburn, but nothing unusual. Travel time is still of about 40 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton, which is great. And Renton to Bellevue is still running under 20 minutes, up 405. Eastbound 512, a little heavy down the hill, but better than it was 10 minutes ago. The Olympia to Tacoma drive, only 35 minutes, and we're still under 40 from Federal Way to Seattle. A little bit in Marysville now, southbound 5, a little bit more by the Boeing Freeway down out of Everett, but overall 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Pretty good numbers so far, and the lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
At 6:15, the dinosaurs aren't the only ones creating a scene on the Jurassic World Rebirth press tour. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard explains.
Co-stars Jonathan Bailey and Scarlett Johansson have been turning heads with their friendly kisses on the red carpet. At the London premiere of the film, the actors were spotted sharing a smooch. Then a week later, they pecked each other once more at the New York City premiere. Bailey told Entertainment Tonight there is no romance, just warmth between them.
Well, of course. Yes, absolutely. I believe in being able to show the love in all different ways. And if you can't kiss your friend, life's too short not to.
Fans are loving the chemistry, calling their bond heartwarming and cute on social media. And just in case you don't know, Scarlett Johansson is married to SNL host Colin Jost, and Jonathan Bailey is openly gay and single.
Okay, well, that was a key part of the story I was waiting for. I was like, wait a second. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
I'm
you,
just
Katrina.
confused by another Jurassic World film. I thought the last one that they did years ago was the final in the Jurassic World.
There's never a final.
More
There's always
money
more.
to be made.
Oh, that's what it is. It's money.
It's 6:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, 2 more weekends of smooth traveling on eastbound I-90 across the Vantage Bridge, but after the 4th of July, 24/7 lane restrictions return.
There's a stretch you just took a trip through there, Sully.
Yep, the Vantage Bridge. It's getting its TLC. We're in, year 2 of 5? But we'll get into that. Yeah, this is the second year of work on the 60-year-old Vantage Bridge over the Columbia River on I-90. For the last couple of months, WashDOT has closed a lane in each direction over the bridge Monday through Thursday, but opened the lanes for the weekends. WashDOT Summer Dairy says that's going to be changing.
After the 4th of July, we're going to close it down 24/7 for those single lane closures in each direction. And then one more time, we're going to pop back up on Labor Day weekend.
That holiday weekend, all lanes will be open, but then the lane restrictions will remain in place until work is stopped by the weather sometime in November. Derry says drivers need to be prepared for the return of the long delays through the area, especially on Friday and Sunday afternoons.
It's summer break now. Drivers really need to be aware of that this is a primarily recreational route. So if you're traveling across the state between the 4th of July and Labor Day, you will definitely need to plan for additional travel time across the Vantage Bridge.
And Derry says the best idea is just to avoid the area.
If you're farther to the north, go up toward North Cascades, Leavenworth area, go up and around that way. If you're closer to the Yakima area, loop back down to Moxie or through the Tri-Cities and scoop back up. So lots of ways to avoid significant backups, just getting across that pinch point across the Vantage Bridge, depending on where you need to go.
And don't trust your GPS when it wants to divert you off the freeway.
What we don't recommend whatsoever is taking the old Vantage Highway.
That highway is tiny, it's windy, 2 lanes, no lighting, an elk migration path, lots of other animals, and during the biggest of the backups last year, it did not move for the final 2 miles as you tried to merge back onto the freeway. Now, I know, Charlie, you and I have both taken that as an alternate early morning, late at night, different times. I mean, I was fine at 6:45 in the morning. You try that at 11 a.m. on a Friday morning or noon or 1 o'clock, it's going to be a much different story. You tried it what time of day again?
I don't know. It was like 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon.
Wow, and it worked?
It was great.
Well, then you got lucky.
It was fabulous.
But yeah, you might be the outlier because from what I've been seeing and from what people have told me, you can be asking for trouble trying to get back there. So the best advice is to maybe try or think well ahead. And of course, also check out to see if Gorge concerts are having something on Friday afternoons or Saturday, because that will obviously add a lot more people to the area. Concert weekends were brutal last year, and we have 3 more years of this construction throughout the year as they try to replace all the panels. And having driven over that Sunday, it is very bumpy, and you watch your speeds. I mean, especially if you're hauling something. I was all over the place because they've replaced some sections. Then you have a section they're going to work on next, and then so you're kind of all over. So be careful.
Yeah, I'm taking the travel trailer over this weekend. We're headed to Moses Lake for a baseball tournament, and that bridge, even when it is fine, is really you're clenching on the wheel if you're towing something going through there. So certainly something we need to be aware of. What's really helpful, I think, too, is WashDOT about 60 miles before Vantage Bridge. They have this sign saying approximately how long the wait is getting across.
And
there.
They also have that in the westbound direction as you get towards Moses Lake as well. So people heading that direction have an idea too. Yeah, it was great when I saw that sign going into Kittitas early, Friday morning. It said 2-minute delay. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good day. But of course, the lane closures were gone because they were in there Monday through Thursday issue, like they're going to be this week and then next weekend for 4th, and then we're back into it.
See how I didn't follow Sully's advice and I didn't completely strike out?
Good job.
Yeah.
Don't do that every time, though.
Yeah, don't be Charlie.
Yeah.
All right, stand by.
All the time.
Stand by. We'll talk about...
Am I coming back?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We'll have traffic for you here in just a couple of minutes.
Let's head to Snohomish County now, where Regional Fire is pleading with people to stop going into the water at Eagle Falls. This is KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker.
A rescue team was called out to help swimmers in distress. They added a reminder that the falls are not safe at all and people should not just go in there. Just over a week ago, a 19-year-old drowned at that falls.
Updating a story we brought you last week about the Mini Cooper that went off the Edmonds ferry dock, leaving 2 people dead. The Seattle Times reports the driver, 29-year-old William Russell Leonard of Tulalip, has been charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder. Last week, KIRO 7 obtained police body camera footage of the rescue effort.
I'm going to toss this closer to you. Okay, wait. We have one out of the water.
5 people were in the car, including Russell Leonard. 2 women in their 40s died.
The Trump administration will end protections for 58 million acres of national forests. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has the story.
The 2001 roadless rule prevents road building, logging, mining, and drilling in the nation's undeveloped forest lands. The Trump administration wants to increase logging. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins.
After the repeal of this rule, we are going to go back to common sense forest management to ensure our forests are here for generations to come.
Environmentalists say eliminating the protections will lead to more wildfires, put drinking water at risk. harm wildlife, and contribute to global warming since there will be fewer trees to store carbon. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
PCC Community Markets is reopening in Seattle's Rainier Square next month. The new store is called PCC Corner Market. It will open July 15th. It's a smaller version of their usual stores, only 6,000 square feet. A big change from the full-size store they closed there in early 2024 because of low foot traffic. The Puget Sound Business Journal reports the Corner Market will focus on quick meals and everyday essentials.
Coming up on 6:23, and we check traffic for you every 10 minutes on the threes at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
We're starting to pick up a little bit of braking here and there. If you're coming down from the north end, you are going to see some slowing as you approach the Boeing Freeway coming down out of the Everett area. So plan on a couple extra minutes there. We've got about a 40-minute trip now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, so we've added a few more minutes. So just be prepared. Looking at northbound 5 now, Federal Way to Seattle is about 45 minutes. We've got 25 minutes up to South Center, 20 minutes from, so still relatively manageable. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, about 22 minutes now, so we're starting to see a little bit more action past SR 900 up into Newcastle. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, just some off and on brake lights here and there. You've got about a 42-minute trip from Puyallup up to Renton. There are some brake lights through Fife on northbound 5 as you work your way out of Tacoma and up the hill, but 20 minutes Tacoma to Federal Way has become average lately. Olympia to Tacoma is about 35 minutes. The lake bridges are fine, so all in all, we're still enjoying a pretty good day. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be a decent day. Seeing some clouds this morning, but they will burn off eventually, and we'll see some sunshine for the middle part of the day, then increasing clouds again in the afternoon hours. For tomorrow, we'll look for some drizzle to develop for tomorrow and Thursday as well. Highs approaching 60, mid-60s. And right now in Seattle, it's partly sunny at 56.
Coming up, a look at the search for Travis Decker. We have an update from the Sheriff's Office there. And your opening bell report, stock futures have been up since the president announced a fragile ceasefire in Iran. Details from Wall Street on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money.
That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. The search for Travis Decker in Kittitas County is now shifting.
For the first time, investigators acknowledge the possibility Decker may have died in the wilderness, and they are now modifying part of their search into a recovery effort.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Yeah, Kittitas County Sheriff Clay Myers put out a full-page press release, which is a lot longer than any release we've seen so far on the Decker case, explaining for the last few weeks, his deputies have been tracking dozens of leads and possible sightings of Decker, and there's still no definitive evidence Decker is alive. Walla Walla County Sheriff Mike Kreider, who is a former FBI agent who searched for the Olympic Park bomber, Eric Rudolph, told me just last Friday this day might come.
You can do all the profiling, you can do all the research you want. Pretty much at this point, when the trail goes cold and you've exhausted every lead that you can, at this point, it's just remaining vigilant.
Kreider learned from the Rudolph case, you need to keep getting Decker's photo out everywhere. That's his recommendation. But at this point, it's most likely, he says, going to take a lucky break, like a hiker seeing something unusual or a cabin owner noticing there was a break-in.
Hopefully somebody will spot him or spot something suspicious. We'll get that tip, and that will lead to, hopefully, an uneventful arrest.
Yeah, it's been 24 days since deputies found the bodies of Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker at that campsite in Chelan County. A memorial was held for the girls near Wenatchee on Friday. A week ago in Kittitas County, the search really ramped up. There was a lot of hope Decker would be found east of Cle Elum. Tactical teams, canine units, expert trackers, they all spent days and nights in those remote areas, but still no sign of Decker. The search for Decker is not over at all, but for the first time, really, we're hearing the words recovery effort. Is Decker alive, or has he died somewhere in the wilderness?
Thank you for the update, Luke. An investigation is underway after a Pierce County deputy shot and killed an arson suspect in Parkland yesterday.
KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports this started at a fuel station on Pacific Avenue South.
People called the Pierce County Sheriff's Office and told dispatch a man was breaking and throwing stuff around after deputies made contact. The suspect ran away right into the backyard of this home off of 112th Street and C Street South. That is where police say shots were fired and the suspect was killed. Yet this is just the beginning for detectives.
The Pierce County Force Investigation Team will be taking over this investigation, and further information will come from them.
As they comb the area for clues and go door to door.
The Justice Department announces it is suing Washington State over a controversial new law which forces Catholic priests to break the sacred seal of confession. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, spoke with the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH last month.
What's wrong-headed about it is they think they're targeting the clergy, but what they don't seem to comprehend is that under Catholic doctrine, the seal of the confessional actually applies both to the penitent and the priest. And so now they're actually invading the rights of all Catholics.
Governor Bob Ferguson signed the bill into law in April, saying protecting our kids is the most important thing. He went on to say the bill protects Washingtonians from abuse and harm. Critics say the law violates the First Amendment, forcing a choice between faith and felony.
An In-N-Out poster in Wallingford sparked a lot of burger buzz. Don't fire up the taste buds just yet. We have the real story coming up in the opening bell report.
It's time to check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads this morning.
And we've got a sedan just over the fog line on the left-hand side of northbound I-5 approaching 320th. And so people are slowing down to kind of get over out of the HOV lane. So plan on some extra delays coming up the hill out of Federal Way. We've got about a 22-minute drive now from Tacoma to Federal Way, so we're running into the red there a little bit. And then you have the normal slowing up past the Kent-Des Moines Road and then at the north end. So we're getting closer to 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway definitely thickening up, getting through the Pacific area and then on up past 167 and Highway 18. Plan on maybe catching a little crash too as well as you get up past 15th Northwest. I'm checking into that, but it kind of went a little heavier on the red just now. So 45 minutes definitely from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about 25, so not too bad there. Across the lake, nice and easy. Coming down from the north end, about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
Our forecast, we're starting the day with some clouds, but we'll see sunshine soon, warming up to about 79 for today. Increasing clouds again late in the day, and then for tomorrow, we're going to stay mostly cloudy. A few sprinkles a possibility. 69 for tomorrow. A little bit cooler on Thursday. Again, a few showers a possibility, but drying out for the weekend. Back up around 70 on Friday, mid and upper 70s for both Saturday and Sunday. Right now, it's 56 in Seattle.
Time for the opening bell. Stocks across Europe and Asia were up on President Trump's ceasefire announcement, and oil prices down.
I'm Vicki Barker in London. Oil prices hit a 3-year low right after that ceasefire announcement, after soaring in the wake of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran. Here in London, Brent crude was trading at $68.76 a barrel a little while ago, down from over $79 a barrel. Prices, though, inching back up on signs that ceasefire may be faltering. Volatility is the word of the day.
The clock is ticking for Congress to get President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill onto his desk by the 4th of July. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the timeline in both chambers appears to be flowing on schedule.
Well, Leader Thune and I are both intent on keeping that July 4th deadline, and I expect that they will move the bill through their chamber this week, and we will get it done on time if that's the case. So that's our intent.
A new report finds record high levels of unaffordability in the U.S. housing market. CBS News correspondent Jennifer Kuiper with more.
The State of the Nation's Housing Report for 2025 finds that it's becoming harder to own a home, and it's a mix of challenges: higher prices, interest rates, insurance premiums, and property taxes. Alexander Herman of the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies.
If you spend more than 30% of your income on housing, you would consider you cost burden. So now more than 20 million homeowners have cost burden. That's about a quarter of all homeowners in the country.
The study finds that many builders in 2024 responded by producing homes that are smaller or had fewer amenities. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Did you happen to see the In-N-Out poster in Wallingford?
It was all over social media.
It was. Don't get too excited. The burger chain says it's not opening a location in Seattle. The buzz started after that photo popped up online over the weekend showing a coming 2026 sign with the In-N-Out logo on Stone Way. The company, in a statement to the Seattle Times, said the Seattle rumors are false. They are coming to Washington, though. We've told you the first spot will be in Ridgefield near Vancouver, opening soon.
Okay, well, if you're looking for a new burger, there's one opening on Capitol Hill. It's all about the smash. Seattle restaurateur Travis Rosenthal is launching Double O Burgers. It is a walk-up joint at 422 East Pine. He calls it a delicious, affordable burger, perfect for a snack between bars or a solo burger run. Again, that's on East Pine Street.
It's now 6:38. Amazon is pulling the plug on its Fresh store in Federal Way. The store closed Sunday after just 3 years in business. Amazon says 125 employees are being laid off, but they can transfer to other sites. The Federal Way location was inside the Commons Mall. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, only 3 Amazon Fresh stores are left in the Puget Sound area, 2 in Seattle, 1 in Bellevue.
I was just at that location last week.
It's closed.
Yeah, they're super nice in there, so good luck to them.
Yeah.
All right, it's 6:38 now. Speaking of Amazon, money can buy you a wedding in one of the most beautiful cities, but it can't necessarily buy you support from that community. CBS News reporter Sabina Castelfranco says there have been demonstrations over one particular wedding and its extravagance.
Around 200 glamorous guests will be taking part in a 3-day wedding party at a secret location in Venice. Amazon tycoon Jeff Bezos and entertainment reporter Lauren Sanchez are celebrating their multi-million-dollar nuptials starting tomorrow. But many locals are unhappy.
The problem is not the wedding. The problem is the system. We think that one big billionaire can't rent a city for his pleasure.
Sabina Castelfranco, CBS News, Rome.
A 3-day party in Venice for how many millions?
The problem is not the wedding, Manda.
Wall Street trading is underway now. The Dow is up 353 points. Optimism on the Middle East ceasefire is driving that. We stand at 42,950. S&P 500 is up about 47. NASDAQ up 198 points.
Now, a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
Chris Sullivan, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at this crash. It is just north of Highway 18 coming up the Valley Freeway. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Check out the Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley's new location at 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for your 4th and enjoy great food at Firecracker Alley. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Open now through July 4th.
12s, it's go time. Seahawks training camp powered by Boeing kicks off July 23rd through August 12th at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Join us lakeside for a first look at your 2025 Seahawks as they put in work and gear up for a milestone 50th season. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
6:43 now, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Well, we're not getting the summer discount on northbound 167 now. Definitely brake lights getting into Pacific, working your way up into Auburn because of this crash, which is right by Emerald Downs. It's over on the right-hand shoulder, but we've got a couple of different cars involved and a state trooper there. So we've got about 50 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton. You will pick up that time going further north because Renton to Bellevue is under a half an hour as you make your way to Bellevue, probably closer to 25 minutes. Still working with this stall just over the fog line on the left-hand side, northbound I-5 as you approach 320th. That's one of the reasons why we're so slow up the Fife Hill. We're getting closer to a half an hour to go from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 8 minutes slower than normal. And then Federal Way to Seattle's about 50 minutes. Not as bad past the West Seattle Bridge as you might expect. Coming down from the north end, we're getting reports there might be some emergency vehicles westbound 2 on the trestle. Haven't been able to see that through the cameras yet because I'm blinded by the light, somewhat like Manfred Mann. As we see the southbound I-5 drive away from the Everett Mall down past the Alderwood Mall. Got some brake lights there. Also seeing some slowing past the golf course there at the Nile past the Edmonds exit. So about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors known as SHIBA. Learn more by searching online for Washington State Medicare fraud.
Okay, yes, we did notice your Manfred Mann reference.
He's revved up like a deuce. Another runner in the night.
Yeah, exactly. Is that really what they're saying?
That's what Bruce Springsteen wrote.
All right, the forecast, it's going to be a beautiful day. Starting off with some clouds here and there, but some sunshine for the bulk of the day. Increasing clouds late. It's going to be warm, 79 today. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with some sprinkles, pushing 70. A little bit cooler Thursday. Again, a chance of showers on Thursday, but drying out for the weekend. Back to sunshine and almost 70 on Friday. Right now, it is partly sunny and 56 in Seattle.
At 6:45, Katrina Gishard is here, and the cast of Meet the Parents is growing.
Indeed, an ex-boyfriend is gearing up to make his return.
Greg's a male nurse.
That's right. Thank you, Jack.
Wow, that's great. That's great to give something back like that. I'd love to find time to do some volunteer work. Just the other day, I saw this golden retriever that he had like a gimp, and he couldn't really. It just made me feel terrible. I wish there was something I could do.
Yeah, well, I get paid.
Watch out, Greg Fokker. Pam's ex, Owen Wilson, will make his return for Meet the Parents 4. He joins the original cast with Ben Stiller, Robert De Niro, Terry Poehler, and Blythe Danner. We also know a new member, Ariana Grande, is going to join the family. The movie is expected to hit theaters sometime next year.
Owen Wilson is so funny.
He's hilarious.
Great movies. Okay, thank you, Katrina. It's 6:46. More of Seattle's Morning News on the way.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise. There's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Time now for another personal finance update brought to us by Madrona Finance and CPAs. And joining us is Brian Evans. Brian, thanks for being here today. And this is a topic I think so many of us have concerns about, and that is protecting our parents from scams and otherwise kind of predatory financial types who really shouldn't be involved with your parents' finances at all. Give us an idea, Brian, of some of the things we should be looking out for here.
Yeah, this is a big topic lately because the scam market has grown substantially, and basically all older people are getting that. And whether they have cognitive decline or a lot of times it's just they feel like, oh, I got a phone call, I have to answer it. I have to talk to this person. They're a very polite generation a lot of times, our parents are. And so they're susceptible to that. But there's all kinds of scams right now, whether it's on the phone, the internet, in your mailbox, whatever. It's just proliferated to a point where I've never seen that in my lifetime.
What are some warning signs we should be looking out for?
Yeah, pretty much anybody calling. That's a big one. So if I get calls, I got called by the IRS. I'm like, no, the IRS doesn't call you. Microsoft called me. No, Microsoft isn't calling you to tell you have a virus on your computer. You need to send them some money to fix it. That's a big one. Pretty much any time that they're reaching out the outside world on the internet, obviously checking emails. Most of the emails, any of those emails that are asking for any personal information are probably a scam.
So at what point do we as their kids get involved and say, Mom, Dad, we got to do something here?
Well, I'd say right away, because we're seeing that with our clients. So many stories. I got a call from a client saying, this person from New York said, I will store your gold bars for free and pay you 16% interest. And he didn't want to let it go. He was like, this is a great interest rate. Well, guess what was going to happen to that gold? Or he had another scam. A church wanted $5,000 from him. They were going to give him $1 million back. He's like, but it's a church. I can trust them. The person was really nice to me. Well, scam artists are nice until they take your money.
So it's a sort of thing where parents tend to be really friendly. The generation is one that does answer the phone. They just don't let it go to voicemail and wait for the text. So this is something you want to be on top of. Where can we find out more about this?
Well, I think just we know it's there. And so really it's about taking steps, communicating with your parents, making sure you have that dialogue. These examples I gave you were because there was a dialogue going on. I personally have a family member that's starting, he's aged and has a big portfolio, and I open all of his mail and I have his power of attorney. And so if there's big transactions, I do them for him. But I open every piece of mail, and there's some interesting things when I go through that mail, people trying to get his money.
All right. Well, you got to look out for Mom and Dad, and you have to look out for one another. If you are Mom and Dad and you see this happening to your friend, you got to speak up. You can always catch a conversation with me and Brian from Madrona Financial and CPAs on KIRO Newsradio. That's Seattle's Morning News, 6:45 Tuesday mornings.
It's now 6:53, and that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's happening, Sully?
Well, we have cleared the stall that was partially blocking the HOV lane on northbound I-5 approaching 320th. We still have the slowing up the Fife Hill towards the area, and we got about a 29-minute drive from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 5 minutes slower than normal. And then Federal Way is pretty heavy up past the Kent-Des Moines Road. We've added a little bit approaching the Boeing Field area, a little bit at the north end, so a little over 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, which really isn't too bad and does kind of count as about a 10-minute faster trip than you might expect, as this is now the first full week without school in session. Looking at northbound 167 still being pretty heavy getting into and through the Auburn area. Crash over on the right shoulder as you approach Emerald Downs there just before it actually past 15th Northwest, or approaching 15th Northwest, excuse me. And so plan on about 50 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is only about 30 minutes, so the brake lights up through the SR 900 area, and then after that it gets a lot better. Across the lake, we don't have any issues. Coming down from the north end, brake lights away from Linwood, 45 to 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, probably closer to 50 on the I-5 corridor. It's a little heavier than 405 today. Westbound across the trestle doesn't look too bad, but 204 getting down to it is a little heavy, so is Highway 9 through Snohomish. 522 isn't too bad today. Looking at 18 over Tiger Mountain, it's starting to get into the act, so is the Maple Valley Highway as you get up through Cedar Grove, so plan on just a little bit of delay there. The lake bridges, though, are in fine shape. This report is brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Warm this afternoon, high of 79 in the forecast for Seattle. On Wednesday and Thursday, chance of showers, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now in Seattle, it is 53. Amanda, we were just watching on YouTube Live. We're putting in video reports there. So that interview with Brian was a video report. Then you come back and you're looking at our YouTube Live feed. And even when we're at commercial, you can look at us wandering around the studio
it's called
aimlessly. So if you want to check it out, head over to YouTube and check out KIRO Newsradio. We're also on mynorthwest.com streaming live. And by the way, if you are on YouTube, I'm told it really makes a huge difference if you do click that like and subscribe.
Oh, yeah.
So click it. I guess it's not just a thing podcasters say. We're supposed to click like and subscribe. Helps us out. We'd appreciate that.
All right, coming up, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton will break down whether the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is scolding Iran and Israel after both countries continued fighting when the ceasefire he brokered went into effect overnight.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
As he left for a NATO summit at The Hague, he told reporters he's not happy with either side. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
The president later boarded Air Force One and appears to be conducting some diplomacy from the sky, trying to salvage the ceasefire. He spoke with the Israeli prime minister. He's also been using his Truth Social account to speak out, saying in part, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home, and nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect.
Iran's president says his country will respect the ceasefire if Israel does. Retired General John Allen, former deputy commander of CENTCOM.
The news that Israel and Iran are willing to have a ceasefire is very good news. Obviously, the president is personally invested in seeing this ceasefire be successful. So let's get the fighting stopped.
Stocks are rallying. Oil prices are dropping on hopes the Israel-Iran conflict won't damage the global flow of crude.
I'm Vicki Barker in London. Oil prices hit a 3-year low right after that ceasefire announcement, after soaring in the wake of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran. Here in London, Brent crude was trading at $68.76 a barrel a little while ago, down from over $79 a barrel. Prices, though, inching back up on signs that ceasefire may be faltering. Volatility is the word of the day.
World leaders await President Trump's arrival for a 2-day summit at The Hague, where a major focus is expected to be increased military spending to deter Russia. Secretary General Mark Rutte.
They want us to equalize with what the U.S. is spending.
Temperatures as high as 100 degrees are in the forecast today from Washington, D.C. on up the East Coast. Brianna Buzzle brought her 2 kids to the beach to beat the heat near Portland, Maine.
The breeze is awesome. It's so much better. I'll throw them in, then I'll go chase them, pretend like I'm a lifeguard. Baywatch, same old thing.
The high there today, 95. Ford is recalling 132,000 SUVs that could be a danger to other cars and trucks on the road. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
The problem is with parts that can fly off of 2020 to 25 model year Lincoln Aviators. Those parts could strike other vehicles and cause a crash. Ford blames the problem on what it calls insufficient adhesive retention. Dealers will inspect the vehicles and make any needed repairs.
The Dow is up 250 points. NASDAQ ahead 202. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We'll have details on what we're learning about an officer-involved shooting in Pierce County yesterday. That's coming up after we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and we welcome back Chris Sullivan.
And Charlie, we're having a pretty good second day of summer vacation on the roads. Not too bad out there, but we've had a couple of crashes and stalls to kind of put us behind a little bit. If you're on the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 50-minute drive from Puyallup to Renton. The brake lights could begin trying to get into Pacific and continue up past Main Street because of this crash that's over on the right shoulder. It's not really blocking, but it's enough of a distraction to cause the brake lights there. Plus, we have heavy braking at the north end as well. It might actually be over 50 minutes now. And then Renton to Bellevue, just a shade under a half an hour. So you will pick up the pace there once you're past SR 900. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, no issues, but some brake lights up the hill to Highway 18 because of an earlier stall we had approaching 320th. Federal Way to Seattle, about 52 minutes now. The Lake Bridges are fine. You're going to need about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, all of that away from Linwood. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News, MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
We continue to follow developing news out of Parkland this morning.
That's where deputies shot and killed a man who was reportedly trying to set fire to a commercial gas station.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with details.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. We're asking the question certainly this morning, waiting for those answers from law enforcement. Pierce County deputies say they got several 911 calls about that suspect last night using a torch to try and set fire to that gas station. It is the Pacific Pride fuel station we're talking about, right where Pacific Avenue goes over 512. Deputies say at first the suspect started breaking things at that station and then throwing them around. Then the 911 calls kind of shifted to he's trying to torch the place. When Pierce County deputies got to the scene, they say the suspect took off. Deputies say there was a short pursuit, just ended right around the block. And that's when deputies say they shot the man and he died at the scene. They won't say just yet what led up to those shots being fired specifically or how many shots were fired. This was a person, they say, that was known to local law enforcement for previous burglaries. One deputy may have been injured in that incident. Again, we're looking for a lot of answers this morning. Back to you.
It's been more than 3 weeks since Travis Decker disappeared after his 3 daughters were found dead near a campground in Chelan County.
Deputies say they've searched rugged areas across Kittitas County using canines, drones, and expert trackers, but so far there is no solid sign that Decker is still alive or even still in the area. Detectives say they're now balancing the possibility that he may have died in the wilderness while also staying ready to act if he is spotted. The U.S. Marshals are in on the search, and the public is being asked to report anything out of place.
The Hillside Strangler wants to get out of a Washington prison. The convicted serial killer is asking for parole again, this time under a new name. The Washington State Standard reports Anthony D'Amato, who was formerly known as Kenneth Bianchi, murdered 2 college students in Bellingham in 1979. He also helped his cousin kill 5 people in California. They were known as the Hillside Stranglers. D'Amato is now 74 and serving time at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. The parole board will hear his case tomorrow. He's been turned down before and could still face life in California, even if released here.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Here we are. It's Tuesday, June 24th, Seattle's morning news. He's Charlie. I'm Manda.
Sully's back after a trip to Montana to fetch the kin.
Yeah, it was great.
And everyone made it back?
Yeah,
all
everyone made it
back.
So did the 2001 Mercury Mountaineer with 248,000 miles. It went over there with a check engine light.
Yeah.
5 years ago, didn't think it was going to make the trip then. It came back with a check engine light on. I didn't think it was going to make the trip then, but it did. So the blank wagon, as he called it, has returned. It has changed. He has changed its name to the goat wagon after making the trip. It still doesn't lock. It still does the thing. I don't know how it made it, but it survived.
Okay, well, we're glad to have you back. Ted did a great job.
I listened to you guys on Friday morning. Not so much yesterday. I was sleeping a little, but yeah, it sounds great.
Okay, producer David is here. Katrina Gashard is out at the news desk, and Nick Krasia is running the board and choosing the music this morning.
Beautiful day ahead. Will be in the upper 70s. Yeah, much better than what's happening elsewhere in the country. A little heat wave on the East Coast.
Way too hot. Coming up on this hour of the show, Lieutenant General Richard Newton joins us again to talk about this chaos between Israel and Iran. There's been a ceasefire announced, a ceasefire broken. We'll break it all down with General Newton coming up at 7:15.
We'll also have our weekly check-in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Today, the NTSB is holding a public board meeting to determine the probable cause for the door plug blowout over Portland last year. Last month, Boeing released a safety report requiring safety and quality training for nearly 160,000 employees. Aviation expert Scott Hamilton says if Boeing can't convince the FAA it's making significant improvement.
Boeing can't increase production rates of the 737, which is the bread and butter airplane that brings in the majority of the profits.
Safety reports from anonymous workers are up 220%, and that meeting with the NTSB is underway right now.
A deadly shootout at a South Seattle homeless camp is raising new concerns. Como TV reports a 22-year-old man died after being shot in the head last week. It happened near 42nd Avenue South and Beacon Avenue South. Police say the shooting may have started as a robbery inside an RV. Another man was shot in the hip but survived. Officers found 2 guns at the scene. Still no arrests. Neighbors say the camp has brought drugs, theft, and violence to the area. The city says it uses violent incidents like this to prioritize encampment cleanups.
4 people are in jail after a violent assault at an Olympia homeless encampment. Olympia police say a woman was attacked by a group who blamed her for a friend's overdose. According to King TV, she was hit with a metal bat, had a gun forced into her mouth. The woman survived but suffered serious injuries. A judge set bail as high as $350,000 for some of the suspects. Nearby business owners say they have warned the city about program problems at the camp for months.
The Justice Department has announced it's suing Washington over a controversial new law forcing Catholic priests to break the sacred seal of confession. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, spoke with the Jason Rantz Show on KTTH last month.
What's wrong-headed about it is they think they're targeting the clergy, but what they don't seem to comprehend is that under Catholic doctrine, the seal of the confessional actually applies both to the penitent and the priest. And so now we're actually invading the rights of all Catholics.
Governor Bob Ferguson signed the bill into law in April, saying protecting our kids first is the most important thing. He went on to say the bill protects Washingtonians from abuse and harm. Critics say the law violates the First Amendment, forcing a choice between faith and felony.
A tough but expected loss for the Sounders yesterday. KIRO Newsradio's Gwen Baumgartner spoke to fans.
Seattle fans gathering in Fremont to watch the Sounders' 0-2 loss to Paris Saint-Germain. Across town, Lumen Field provided the stage for the international matchup, part of the FIFA Club World Cup. DraftKings put a Sounders victory at 15-1 odds. One Sounder fan shared that sentiment.
The reality has hit the fan, and we just got to realize we don't have a team that can compete at this level.
PSG advancing to the next round. The Sounders have been eliminated. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Gwen is so sophisticated, right? I mean, Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain?
No, PSG. No. We call it PSG for short.
She's classy and such.
Some better sports news. History continues to be made by Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh.
The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. And this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. And Cal Raleigh has become the first Mariner in history to hit 10 or more home runs in 3 consecutive months.
At some point, producer David, isn't this just ridiculous?
I mean, it's must-watch TV for one.
Yeah.
Another, it's funny, baseball has all of these kind of pointless, I won't say pointless, but records that you didn't know were records.
Yeah.
And so he continues to break records.
Yep, that was home run number 32 for Cal. He's hit 5 homers in the last 4 games. Mariners beat up the Minnesota Twins, final score 11-2. The two teams face off again in Minnesota this afternoon, 4:40 first pitch. And you can catch the coverage of the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Still on the way, explosions in Israel, denials from Iran, and a warning from President Trump telling Israel not to strike back. We'll talk to retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton with a look at ceasefire confusion.
At 7:12, before we get to that, we check the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and we get to KIRO meteorologist Nick Allard.
Good morning. It's a nice morning so far. We have a mix of clouds and sun with a little more cloud cover south of the city. But either way, nice morning. We're in the 50s mainly. What you'll find is more sunshine for at least the first half of the day. And then clouds will increase for the second half. So on the way home, a lot more cloud cover compared to on your way to work. Should still be mild. I'd say about 78 to 80. I have Seattle at 79. I have Olympia at about 80, 81. Tacoma at about 80, 81. Chehalis at about 82. And Everett at about 75. All that cloud cover increases overnight, and tomorrow's kind of drippy or dreary, either some mist and drizzle or a few light showers and staying in the upper 60s and just staying cloudy. Same thing Thursday with a slightly better shot for a few light showers. Both days just look cloudy, both days just a little drippy. But Friday and Saturday, morning clouds, afternoon sun, getting back into the upper 60s to mid-70s, and then we're back to 80 again, or at least right around there for Sunday and Monday. So we do have some actual summertime weather. It really does look nice, and we do get a little much-needed precipitation. I mean, truly, I mean a little. There will not be much, but we're going to have some kind of gloomy weather tomorrow and Thursday, then back to the goodness again this weekend.
That sounds lovely, Nick. Thank you. Right now, it's partly sunny and 58 in Seattle.
At 7:13, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And summer vacation lasted about a day. We're back to reality today. The lighter drives earlier this morning have given way to basically a normal commuting Tuesday. We're looking at about an hour drive, maybe an hour and 10-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 of those minutes getting you up into South Center. So we're really heavy up past the Kent Des Moines Road construction zone. Looking at Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both of those drives running over an hour now, maybe an hour and 10. Most of that away from Linwood, as you see the heaviest brake lights there getting down away from that Linwood split. The Valley Freeway now running at about 55 minutes. We've been working with this crash over on the right-hand shoulder as you get past Main Street out of the Auburn area. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often and only when it really has to.
$15 in the hot lane as you make your way out of Auburn. It'll only save you about 4 minutes. The drive from Renton to Bellevue now about 35 minutes routes as well. The lake bridges, though, continue to be okay. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
It's now 7:15. A mom's nightly routine turned into a fiery nightmare, as we hear from KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Kishard.
Simone Anderson started her dishwasher before bed. As usual, a few hours later, smoke detectors woke up the entire house. Her husband, Paul, ran to check it out and found the dishwasher completely engulfed in flames.
I was so shocked. I went to bed about midnight, and it was about 1:20 when I heard the smoke detectors going off. He immediately realized that our dishwasher was completely engulfed in flames, and so he ran back upstairs and said, "We got to get the kids and get out of the house." It was some sort of wiring deep within the dishwasher itself that over time had frayed.
Thankfully, he got everyone out safely before it could spread. Although the fire was contained to just the kitchen, the smoke damage spread to nearly every corner of their home. So how safe is it to leave your appliances and other household gadgets unattended when they're plugged in? Local fire marshals say appliances like dryers and dishwashers do have built-in safety features, but you should not turn them on and just leave your house for an extended period of time. This shook me because I normally would just do this.
Me too.
Yeah.
On the regular. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a little scary.
Be careful. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Katrina. It's 7:16.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, the ceasefire that was announced by President Trump in the Israel-Iran conflict already seems to be in question.
As the president left the White House this morning, he said he was, quote, unhappy with both countries and seemed to confirm both had violated the ceasefire.
Used words a little stronger than that. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton is with us to break it down. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Amanda. Good to be with you and Charlie again this morning.
So catch us up to speed. Yesterday when we were talking at this time, we were anticipating strikes on U.S. bases. What do we know about what happened yesterday before this ceasefire?
Well, specifically, Iran launched what was a pre-announced attack of approximately, I understand it, 14 ballistic missiles towards Qatar. Qatar is a home to the largest U.S. military installation at Al Udeid Air Base. I've been there. That's where U.S. Central Command Air Forces are headquartered. It has about 10,000 American troops, and it's also where we have our Combined Air Operations Center. It's an absolutely critical military installation for the United States. But nonetheless, I believe it was a face-saving measure. Frankly, that Iran, as I mentioned, pre-announced, and what President Trump said was a relatively weak attack. But anytime you got ballistic missiles headed to you, it's all relative. But nonetheless, I believe Iran had to strike back at the United States for face-saving measures, particularly the Ayatollah commanding that attack, face-saving for the hardliners within his regime. But nonetheless, now as you alluded to, we're in the midst of a ceasefire, and both with it's fragile, and there's certainly lots of tensions in the air after 13 days of the Israeli relentless air campaign and Iran's response with ballistic missiles and so forth. But what I'm looking for in the coming hours is if that ceasefire can actually remain intact.
I think President Trump said something to the effect of, because I can't say it on broadcast radio, that both the Israelis and Iranians were really basically amped up and they didn't know what the heck was going on. Can you just maybe talk about that energy after a ceasefire is announced and how both parties aren't really ready to wind down?
Well, Charlie, I heard the same soundbite from the president. We had a very frustrated president as he was leaving on the White House lawn there for a helicopter out to Andrews, and now he's actually en route. Will be attending the NATO summit in the Netherlands here in a few hours. But I believe justifiably so frustrated. But having been in the cockpit and having been in the Pentagon, and a number of in the White House sit room, I understand tensions. I understand the criticality of immediate next steps. I understand trying to invoke some order in the chaos, if you will, in this case, the ceasefire. But my point here is that, again, Israel has been conducting a relentless air campaign for the last 2 weeks against Iran. Iran, in turn, as we discussed, has been firing off ballistic missiles. And it's hard to get those two titanic operations, to turn on a dime. But I believe that's where, as I mentioned, the next several hours will be critical here. And I believe that what President Trump, in direct conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, as he alluded to in his mini presser there before he got on Marine One, has been very clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the military action against Iran. But we'll see.
What is next for the president? What is his official role in all of this? As you mentioned, we saw a very frustrated Trump this morning.
He is, but my hat's off to his leadership, Amanda. I really, again, I'm very proud of our president, very proud of certainly our U.S. military, as well as our diplomats who've really been working hard to really put together the details of not only the ceasefire here, but also what will be an ensuing, hopefully, game-changing, transformational peace agreement with Israel and Iran. But the president's role here is really to serve now as the global leader. The fact that our president has exhibited this extraordinarily strong leadership, not only in the face of international leaders, but frankly, in the face of some domestic pushback here in the United States, either from his own party or from the Democrats and so forth. So I believe that that is going to be key. He's going to have to play hands-on role regarding this through the ceasefire, yes, but now through the negotiated settlement that I believe will begin to unfold here. So that's going to be key. And let me add just one other point here. We've had 45 years. We've been at war with Iran, and they've killed thousands of our men and women uniformists and some of our diplomats. If you recall, for instance, back in October of 1983, they killed 241 Marines at the Marine barracks in Beirut and so forth. So, but I think that we're at a point now with President Trump's strong leadership, the U.S. significant role in taking down their nuclear weapons development sites at Natanz and then at Fordow and so forth. I think we're at an era that's end of appeasement and frankly end of a perceived decline in the U.S. role in world leadership and global politics and so forth. The president, my point of all that is, man, the president has to be in the center of all that. He has to be the centerpiece, and the United States has. The only nation that's going to be able to lead, like-minded nations in this case, or thwart adversaries and enemies is going to be the United States. And the only person who's going to lead that is going to be the President of the United States.
General Newton, in the minute or so we have remaining, we learned yesterday you are a subject matter expert on B-2 bombers. I'm curious what we have learned about, first of all, the pilots involved in this, and also how many of those bombs, the bunker-busting bombs, were dropped. I think that is new since we last spoke.
Charlie, first off, I might have mentioned I had the privilege of being the first B-2 Stealth Squadron commander, and I can assure you that the men and women who not only maintain the aircraft but do the weaponeering, provide the intelligence, and then actually fly the aircraft, these are the world's best, as well as those sailors who launched those 30-plus Tomahawk cruise missiles at Esfahan from the sea. The synchronization and integration of this capability is remarkable, but the B-2 at Stealth really proved that what we had envisioned years ago and brought the airplane into the United States Air Force and at an operational status proved that stealth actually wins the day. Stealth being obviously what the aircraft's made of in terms of also other features and so forth. And so stealth, and you're going to see that now because the aircraft was actually joined up with F-35s and F-22s, fourth and fifth generation fighters. And then you've got the follow-on to the stealth B-2 bomber is going to be the B-21 Raider and so forth. Okay. But I think also regarding those bunker busters, those 30,000 pounds, technically they're called BLU-57s. For the first time, Charlie, they were used in combat. And for the first time in combat, they hit their target with extraordinary pinpoint accuracy. And I believe they did the job. My sources, and we're going to have more battle damage assessment in the coming days and weeks, tells me that the range of battle damage assessment on those two sites, particularly Natanz and Fordow, was significantly destroyed to completely destroyed. And that's what you want in a battle damage assessment, so we don't have to go back and put our men and women in harm's way. Final point, the synchronization integration of 125 aircraft as well as those Tomahawk cruise missiles from submarines, that was a tremendous feat. To our listeners and to the American people, and I say this often when I speak around the country, we make it look easy. It's not. It's extraordinarily difficult, but it does take months of preparation, train the way you're going to fight, and then have the will the political will to employ these capabilities, these forces, really sums up the mission.
All right. News Nation national security contributor, Lieutenant General Richard Newton. As always, we appreciate your time this morning.
Great to be with you. Good morning.
Thank you. Take care. We need to check the roads right now. Let's get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan's watching things.
And we're looking at a pretty heavy drive out there across the board now. We're jumping up to about 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 55 minutes total. Still working with this crash out of Auburn as you get up past Main Street. Northbound I-5 struggling from 320th up past the Kent Des Moines Road. About an hour and 15-minute trip now to Seattle. 40 of those minutes to get you up into South Center. Away from the north end, it's a pretty good drive. We are seeing some brake lights now in South Everett as you get down towards the Boeing Freeway. I'm checking into that. And then we have brake lights away from Linwood. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com. 20 convenient flights a day between Boeing Freehold and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. Book today. FlySeaportAir.com.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no-obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO Newsradio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
RV buyers save thousands at the 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Huge discounts on new and used models. Meet factory reps. Enjoy free lunch. Every purchase includes a $500 parts coupon, a free E2 hitch for travel trailers, plus a year's worth of free camping. The 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe. Hosted by Open Road RV. Free parking and admission.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. The search for Travis Decker in Kittitas County is now shifting.
For the first time, investigators acknowledge the possibility Decker may have died in the wilderness, and they are now modifying part of their search into a recovery effort.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
The Kittitas County Sheriff Clay Myers put out a full-page press release, which is longer than any release we've seen on this case so far, and explaining for the last few weeks, his deputies have been tracking dozens of leads and possible sightings of Decker, and there's still no definitive evidence Decker is alive. Walla Walla County Sheriff Mark Kreider, who's a former FBI agent who searched for the Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph, told me just last Friday he was worried this day might come.
You can do all the profiling, you can do all the research you want. Pretty much at this point, when the trail goes cold and you've exhausted every lead that you can, at this point, it's just remaining vigilant.
Kreider learned from the Rudolph case they need to keep getting Decker's photo out everywhere. But at this point, it's likely going to take a lucky break, like a hiker seeing something unusual or a cabin owner noticing there was a break-in to catch him.
Hopefully somebody will spot him or spot something suspicious. We'll get that tip, and that will lead to, hopefully, an uneventful arrest.
Yeah, it's been 24 days since deputies found the bodies of Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker at that campsite in Chelan County. A memorial was held for the girls near Wenatchee on Friday. A week ago, the search for Decker in Kittitas, remember, it really ramped up. There was a lot of hope that Decker would be found east of Cle Elum. Tactical teams, canine units, expert trackers, they all spent days and nights in those remote areas, but no sign of Decker. The search for Decker is not over, let's be clear, but again, for the first time, really, we are now hearing the words recovery effort. Is Decker alive, or has he died somewhere in the wilderness?
Okay, Luke, thank you. Redmond police are trying to track down a man who pepper sprayed people at a music festival, including a child. That story is coming up after we check in with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are definitely seeing a heavy commute out there. We're looking at brake lights in the usual places. I'm going to start with the northbound drive of I-5 as we are seeing heavy brake lights up the hill to 18 now, and a 30-minute drive from Tacoma to Federal Way, and then the normal stuff from Federal Way on up into the downtown core. So we've got about 30 35 minutes into South Center, 35 minutes from, so about an hour and 15 all the way from Federal Way to Seattle. That's an hour and 45 all the way from Tacoma to Seattle. Looking at Renton to Bellevue now, a little over 40 minutes, so we're definitely seeing a lot of brake lights as you go up that corridor, up past 44th now before they break free. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 30 minutes out of Auburn, but it looks like we've cleared the crash near Main Street, so that's positive. Still over 50 minutes, though, to go the whole way from the Puyallup area. Across the lake, though, we're still doing really well. Coming down from the north end, definitely a heavy day away from Linwood. We've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 50 of those minutes are away from Linwood, and we've hit the $15 mark as well. Southbound 405. It will save you about 20 minutes, though. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, we're starting the day off with clouds, but sunshine for most of the day. 79 today, and then the clouds are going to build again later in the day. We will likely stay cloudy with sprinkles at times tomorrow, 69. A little bit cooler with a few showers on Thursday, but rebounding for the weekend. By Sunday, look for sunshine and back up around 80 again. Right now, partly sunny and 58 in Seattle.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
7:35 now. A Pierce County Sheriff's deputy shot and killed a man in Parkland yesterday afternoon.
KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports the man was trying to set fire to a gas station.
Police say shots were fired and the suspect was killed. Yet this is just the beginning for detectives.
The Pierce County Force Investigation Team will be taking over this investigation, and further information will come from them.
As they comb the area for clues and go door to door.
They'll talk to witnesses, try to find witnesses, try to find anybody else that may have seen what was going on.
Not only to figure out what caused things to end in gunfire.
Then the investigation goes from there as to what exactly led up to all of this.
But why the suspect was trying to burn a small building down.
7:36 now. Redmond police are looking for a man they say assaulted multiple people, even pepper sprayed a toddler in public. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner with the story.
Hundreds of people gathering in downtown Redmond earlier this month for the Chime Music Festival. But it's a performance that happened off stage that's drawing attention. Police say during the festival, a man followed another man into the bathroom, then choked him and pepper sprayed him in the face. And his actions didn't stop there, says Jill Green with Redmond PD.
Another gentleman and his toddler came in the bathroom and he pepper sprayed them as well.
The man then took off running. Police want him arrested soon. And Bob Gardner, KIRO News Radio.
Redmond police have posted pictures of the assault suspect on their social media platforms, and they want the public's help to identify him.
A Tulalip man who police say was behind the wheel of a Mini Cooper that went off the Edmonds Ferry dock last week has been charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder. The Seattle Times reports 29-year-old William Russell Leonard had allegedly stolen the car from his ex-girlfriend a couple days earlier. Last week, police released body cam video showing the rescue effort.
I think they launched pretty far. Not sure. We can't even see where the car is at.
That audio courtesy of KIRO 7 TV. There were 5 people in the car, including Russell Leonard. 2 of them, both women in their 40s, died.
A man who is stuck in the woods in the Suquamish area for several days has been found. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lancy reports a man called 911 after hearing someone calling for help.
A Kitsap County Sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene around 12:30 a.m. on Saturday and heard a faint, distressed voice of a man coming from the woods saying he'd fallen from a tree. When rescuers found him, he told them he'd been lost for 4 or 5 days after trying to take a shortcut through the woods. He was taken to the hospital. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Another measles case in our state as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
2 people in a Whatcom County family have now tested positive for measles, and the county health department is reaching out to anyone who might have been exposed. One of the individuals was at the Family Care Network Urgent Care Facility in Linden, June 18th. If you were at the clinic around that time and aren't sure you're immune, you should contact your primary care provider and watch for symptoms, which could develop anytime between June 25th and July 9th. Symptoms include a rash, fever, cough, runny nose, and watery eyes. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Doctors say a drop in vaccinations has led to an increase in measles cases across the country this year.
Sorry, Seattle, those in and out rumors are just that. Rumors.
That was everywhere over the weekend, wasn't it?
It sure was. This was in Wallingford. Someone had put a poster up on an abandoned building that said, "In and out coming 2026." In-N-Out says no, not happening. Company executive told the Seattle Times the rumors are inaccurate, but they are opening a Washington location soon. That one will be in Ridgefield near Vancouver in Clark County.
Oh, you can get a new kind of burger on Capitol Hill. Double O Burgers opens today at 422 East Pine Street. It's a walk-up spot from local restaurateur Travis Rosenthal. He says it's all about tasty, affordable smash burgers. This is the second restaurant he's opened in just 2 months.
Coming up, we have Sully. What will be your hotspot?
Well, we're going to definitely take a look at what's coming down out of Snohomish County. We'll break it down for you next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, the original Make Your Roof Last company. Remember, your roof isn't just a roof. It's a shield guarding your loved ones and belongings. When replacement time rolls around, trust is key. That's why Guardian's crew isn't just skilled, they're licensed, vetted, and fully insured. And with our Guardian Guarantee, we promise your roof's done right the first time. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Someone says they're from Medicare? Hang up. Medicare never cold calls. Offered free medical equipment or services? Toss it. It's likely a scam. Got your Medicare statement? Read it. Spot something strange? Report it. You can fight it. The Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner Fraud Prevention Service is free, unbiased, and here for you. Search Washington Medicare Fraud or call 800-562-6900. That's 800-562-6900.
7:43 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are definitely looking at a very heavy Tuesday there across the board. Coming down from Snohomish County, it's pretty good all the way until you get to Linwood. But boy, there you just hit the wall and you're on a bumper-to-bumper drive all the way down through Mount Lake Terrace. Get a nice little gap and then you hit it again from about 85th through the U District down across the Ship Canal Bridge. About an hour and 15-minute drive from Everett into Seattle. Everett to Bellevue, about an hour and 10. The brake lights begin in Linwood at extend past 522, but then don't really materialize heavily again until you get down into Bellevue. Northbound 405 from Renton to Bellevue, about 45 minutes now. Brake lights continue pretty heavy through the S-curves to about 44th. Get a nice long freeway speed break until you get to the top of I-90, trying to work your way into South Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 55 minutes from end to end. 30 of those minutes out of Auburn, so no real surprises for you. Northbound I-5 up the Fife Hills, a little slow. You're going to need 30 minutes to get to Federal Way. And then Federal Way to Seattle is about an hour and 15 minutes now. Slow past the Kent Des Moines Road. Nice long gap till you get to the beginning of Boeing Field. And then from there on in, it's really slow. Across the lake, not too bad yet. And westbound 512 is really heavy today as you approach I-5. Haven't found any crashes along Steel Street, but plan on some braking brake lights from Parkland over to the I-5 corridor. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
Our forecast, we're seeing some clouds in spots this morning, but sunshine eventually. 79 the high for today, and then we'll see increasing clouds again tonight. Sprinkles for tomorrow, pushing 70, and then on Thursday, just a tad cooler with a few showers in the forecast. But then Friday and through the weekend, very nice. By Sunday, mostly sunny and 79. Right now, it's 58 in Seattle.
7:45 now. Skateboarding legend Tony Hawk taking on a new adventure, as Katrina explains.
Tony Hawk is officially a grandpa.
The biggest adventure I have these days is grandparenting, so I'm going to stick in that lane right for now. Watching him develop. I mean, he literally crawled this morning for the first time, and we got to see it. It's a different experience when you are experienced at it. So when you're a new parent, it's kind of overwhelming and scary, and then when you're a grandparent, you're like, I got this.
He is enjoying that grandfather life. Tony's son, Riley Hawk, welcomed son Ronan Walker Cobain Hawk with his wife Frances back in September. And if you're wondering how old he is, like I was, he's 57.
Well, you know who Frances is, right?
Yes.
The
daughter of Kurt.
Of Kurt Cobain.
Oh, this explains a lot.
So basically, you have Courtney Love and Tony Hawk as in-laws. You were talking about the Meet the Parents movie last segment. I can see this as a reality show, a film, whatever that is, for sure.
So this is going to be like a musical, very like sporty baby, you're telling me.
I think so.
Cool.
This is Seattle's Morning News. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold talks about the conflict between Iran and Israel and his thoughts on whether the ceasefire will hold. That's on the way on Seattle's Morning News.
Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley is now open. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for the 4th at Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley. Open now through July 4th. With over 100 fireworks stands and a variety of food and beverage options, you're sure to get your 4th of July off to a great start at Firecracker Alley. Don't miss the free fireworks show on July 1st. Learn more at puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
It's Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold with a look at the week's biggest stories.
Big story, of course, this morning, David. U.S. involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. A whole heck of a lot happened yesterday. Iranian strikes on a U.S. base. Now a ceasefire, maybe. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, everybody remembers this weekend the U.S. entered that war between Israel and Iran by bombing. U.S. bombers attacked some Iranian nuclear sites. Yesterday, Iran took some action against the U.S., but it was pretty pro forma. They fired some missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar, apparently told us ahead of time that it was happening, and they fired only a few, so we were able to intercept them. Nobody was injured. It seemed like a very token gesture, like the Iranians were saying basically, like, we're responding, but in the smallest way possible, don't hit us again. And then at the end of the day, President Trump said that on Twitter that he'd arranged a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, which both sides agreed to. And then this morning, President Trump is saying that the two sides have broken the ceasefire by continuing to shoot at each other.
And President Trump, in some remarkable comments this morning, speaking to the media before taking off for that NATO conference, basically used very raw language at times, saying the two parties, Israel and Iran, don't know what the F they're doing right now. He didn't say F, as well as him saying he was going to call them up while on Air Force One to get them to stop. This is pretty unconventional, isn't it?
It is. I think he was proud to play the deal maker last night and then realized that this is an area where lots in the Middle East, where lots and lots of U.S. presidents have thought they were the deal maker, and then things have unraveled. There's obviously a lot of dynamics that have gone on here for decades that President Trump can't wave away. So I think he may be playing a force for good, and that he seems to be tougher on the Israelis than past presidents and more likely to push them to accept a ceasefire. But he's finding now that arranging peace between these two sides is not that easy.
We mentioned the president made those comments before heading out for the NATO summit this morning. What's expected to be accomplished at that NATO summit?
Well, the whole thing has been arranged by NATO to basically please Trump. And Trump has become the biggest threat to NATO. He's threatened, to take the U.S. out of it, to not honor the U.S.'s commitments to defend other NATO states if they're attacked. And one of the big issues he's made is that the other NATO states are not living up to their commitment to spend a certain % of their national GDP on defense. Many of them are spending a lot more now, partly to please Trump and partly because they fear that Trump may not be there. They may need to defend themselves against the Russians, for instance. So I think this conference will be set up to try to please Trump and show him that the rest of NATO is doing what he wants. Well, remains to be seen if he pays attention and if he's pleased.
Let's switch over to the president and the mega bill, the big, beautiful bill, which is in front of the U.S. Senate. What are some of your observations there, David?
Well, it's a really interesting legislative moment. I've never really seen anything like this where one party is determined to pass a big bill that you really can't, the public doesn't know what's in it. And the public doesn't really like anything that's in it. They know it's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, but can any person on the street name something in this bill that will do something for them? Maybe it'll lower their taxes generally. But it's a very unpopular bill because it, at least in the version that's out there now, would include a lot of cuts to things like Medicaid that people like. So Trump obviously really wants a legislative achievement of some kind and wants to do it now. And the House and Senate really want to give it to him. I'm just really surprised they're pushing so hard on something that the public seems to have so little interest in.
David, we appreciate your time as always on Tuesdays. Thank you. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
ICE agents have arrested at least 11 Iranian foreign nationals since the U.S. airstrikes on nuclear sites over the weekend. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has details.
The crackdown spanned 8 states. One of those arrested had been on a terror watch list since February. He was picked up outside of Jackson, Mississippi, Sunday. Agents also arrested a former member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in St. Paul, Minnesota, and a former Iranian army sniper in Alabama. All 11 who were arrested were facing criminal charges, not just immigration violations.
The Department of Homeland Security says there are no credible threats to the U.S. homeland despite a heightened security environment to the U.S. airstrikes on Iran.
7:53. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads.
And we're still going accident-free, but our travel times look like a pretty heavy Tuesday, unlike what I would think we were going to get with summer vacation today. But we've kind of flipped the script a little bit on northbound I-5. It's now a lot heavier from South Center to downtown than it is getting into South Center. The travel time overall hasn't really changed. 45 minutes, though, from South Center to downtown and about an hour and 15 all the way from Federal Way. So that looks like a pretty typical day for you guys. Valley Freeway is trying to get a little bit better, but it's still just really thick from Pacific up past Emerald Downs and then from 180th on in as well. So we've got about a 55-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is about 45. Those S-curves are really heavy, and then you hit a nice easy break as you work your way up towards about I-90. Then you hit it there again into South Bellevue. Speaking of the Lake Bridges, we're in pretty good shape there. Westbound, just a little bit of braking. Eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountains, bumper to bumper from the summit over towards I-90. Olympia to Tacoma in about 40 minutes. We've got brake lights in South Tacoma. That normally happens this time of day. And then Fife up the hill to 18 is slow. 30 minutes Tacoma to Federal Way. Out of the north end, pretty good drive until you get down to Linwood, but boy, it is really thick there away from Linwood, especially on 405. Bumper to 522. Linwood's got some breaks into Shoreline, but then you hit it again. Looking at an hour and 10, hour and 15 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, we're going to see sunshine for the bulk of the day. Increasing clouds late, pushing to 80 for our high today. And then tomorrow, things will change. Mostly cloudy with some sprinkles. Thursday, mostly cloudy, a few showers. Right now in Seattle, it's warmed up to 59 in the sunshine.
At 8:15, we head live to Jerusalem and speak with CBS News' Robert Berger about the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. That's on the way. Seattle's Morning News.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page. KIRO-FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump is on his way to a NATO summit in the Netherlands, dealing with Middle East issues along the way. CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports he accused both Israel and Iran of violating a ceasefire, then said it was in effect.
The diplomacy is continuing there at 50,000 feet as he flies his way here to the Netherlands this morning. The White House telling us that he spoke directly with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and as the White House says, he was, quote, exceptionally firm and direct with Prime Minister Netanyahu about what needed to happen to sustain the ceasefire. Israeli media reporting similarly that they did speak and that Netanyahu seemed to be getting the message.
Well, CBS's Holly Williams is in Iraq, just over the border from Iran.
Both sides kept firing right up until the moment the ceasefire went into effect. One Iranian missile hit a residential building early this morning in southern Israel. At least 4 people were killed. And then after the ceasefire went into effect, Israel said that Iran launched 3 missiles, although there was no damage, no casualties. And then Israel said that it retaliated by destroying a radar array inside Iran.
Well, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is telling Congress the economy needs to evolve more before a move could be made to lower interest rates.
Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem.
And President Trump wants rates cut now. Temperatures in the 90s are pushing over 100 today in much of the eastern half of the country. CBS's Jim Crisula.
Heat alerts are posted in parts of every state east of the Mississippi River except Wisconsin and Florida, with more than 160 million Americans under the heat alerts. Emily Rogers and her kids in Portland, Maine, plan to head to the water to beat the heat.
So we definitely want to be at the beach today, tomorrow.
Supreme Court's given the Trump administration the green light to send undocumented migrants to third countries. And the federal government's helping Florida set up new immigration detention centers.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced FEMA will help fund the new facilities. In a video on his X account, Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier touted a proposed site at an abandoned airfield in the Everglades. Deportation flights could leave straight from there.
As I call it, alligator Alcatraz.
Uthmeier says if any detainee tried to escape, they'd face alligators and pythons. Immigration attorney Heriberto Hernandez is appalled.
It keeps reinforcing this hatred towards immigrants.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The first tropical storm of the Atlantic hurricane season has formed. Named Andrea, it's expected to fizzle. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is up 370 points. The S&P is up 50. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Deputies shot and killed a man in Pierce County yesterday. We're going to have an update with Luke Ducey coming up after we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we are definitely struggling out there with a typically heavy Tuesday. Northbound I-5, bumper to bumper from the Boeing Access Road all the way up past the West Seattle Bridge and I-90. Over 45 minutes, probably closer to 50 to make that drive from South Center to downtown, which puts us at about an hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way, even though we're getting better up past the Kent Des Moines Road. Behind that, though, up from Tacoma to Federal Way, you're losing some time up towards 18. We've got about a 30-minute trip to get you up into Federal Way. Valley Freeway trying to get better from south to north. Still have the brake lights through Auburn, plus at the north end, about 30 minutes from Auburn and about 52 now from Puyallup. So we're going the right direction. Rented to Bellevue, though, 45 minutes. The good news is we're getting a little lighter getting into downtown Bellevue. Both of the lake bridges have a little bit of westbound slowing approaching I-5, but that's really it. Southbound I-5 is heavy through Linwood. Then you get an okay gap a little bit. And then from Northgate on down, about an hour and 15 there, about an hour and 10 ever to the Bellevue area as you're bumper to bumper from Linwood through 522. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color, August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get your tickets, nwhopeandhealing.org.
8:04 Tuesday morning, June 24th, 2025. I'm Charlie Harger on Seattle's Morning News, along with Manda Factor.
We are following developing news out of Parkland this morning, where deputies shot and killed a man who was reportedly trying to set fire to a commercial gas station.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with new details.
Yeah, Charlie, Pierce County deputies say they got several 911 calls about that suspect last night using a torch to try and set fire to that gas station. Here's Lakewood Police Sergeant Charles Porsche, who has taken over communications during this investigation.
It's definitely concerning, especially given the nature of that particular business. He was walking around in that general area and he was breaking things and potentially damaging some properties before he decided to try to light a building on fire.
Yeah, this happened at the Pacific Pride fuel station, right where Pacific Avenue goes over 512 there. Porsche tells me the suspect took off on foot to get away, but deputies caught up with him just around the block, and then something happened, and we're waiting for those details of what happened that led to a deputy shooting the suspect. Detectives started working that scene late last night.
They were really just beginning a lot of the investigation to figure out just that question and what led up to the whole incident. This was a very isolated incident with this one individual and his behavior that led to this encounter with the deputies out there.
Deputies say the suspect died there at the scene. No deputies were injured. Early reports were that perhaps one deputy was injured. Not the case, says Porsche, but certainly a lot of questions still.
Thank you, Luke. Right now, the NTSB is holding a hearing to determine the cause of the door plug blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight.
The incident happened mid-flight in January of last year, minutes after takeoff from Portland. Jennifer Homendi, chair of the NTSB, says miraculously no one was seriously hurt.
It was missing bolts securing the door plug, but the same safety deficiencies that led to this accident could just as easily have led to other manufacturing quality escapes and perhaps other accidents.
Regulators at the FAA have capped Boeing's 737 MAX production at 38 jets per month, while investigators ensure the company has strengthened its safety practices.
Gas prices are on the rise amid growing hostility in the Middle East. KIRO Newsradio's Gwen Baumgartner has the latest from the pumps.
The summer travel demand combined with growing conflict abroad driving up gas prices. Washington's state average at $4.43 a gallon Monday, with regular fuel up 6 cents from last week. In the same time frame, the state's diesel average went up 16 cents per gallon, a pricey trend that could continue if oil supply is disrupted in the Middle East, leading to market volatility. Mark Finley's a global oil and energy expert.
Because it's a global marketplace, when uncertainty hits, prices go up right away.
Finley says despite the recent hike, U.S. gas prices remain lower than a year ago. On social media Monday, President Trump wrote, "Drill, baby, drill." Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
This is why you have to watch the YouTube feed. I'm watching on the feed right now, Sully and David banging their heads.
Oh, yeah.
Even a little bit of a headbang from Manda
Mine's
as
more
well.
of a bop.
Yeah, okay.
It's more of a bop.
Bop and two bangs. It's always fun to watch the YouTube live feed behind the scenes.
I hadn't heard that cut of Pat Benatar. Pretty cool.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Is that
I like it.
Neil Gerardo?
Something like that.
Yeah. All right.
Well done.
Well, this is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie, along with Amanda.
Producer David Burbank is here, Katrina Gashard at the news desk, and Nick Krasia is running the board.
Nick, do you always enjoy it when you see everybody just kind of react to the songs you pick?
Oh, yeah, and then when I hear Sully hadn't heard that one, yeah, that's, like a diamond in the rough right there.
Good job, Nick.
It's a big day for Nick. Okay, this day is flying by. We have a lot to cover this hour. We have CBS reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem talking about the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. That'll be at 8:15.
And Sully, you have a choke point coming up, too.
Yeah, I do. We're going to take a look at the Vantage Bridge and construction that's really going to get in your way heading east over the rest of the summer.
It's 8:09. It's been more than 3 weeks since Travis Decker disappeared after his 3 daughters were found dead near a campground in Chelan County.
Deputies say they have searched rugged areas across Kittitas County using canines, drones, and expert trackers, but so far there's no solid sign Decker is still alive or even still in the area. Detectives say they're now balancing the possibility that he may have died in the wilderness while also staying ready to act if he's spotted. The U.S. Marshals joined the search. The public is being asked to report anything out of place.
One of the men known as the Hillside Stranglers are up for parole this week in Washington. According to the Washington State Standard, serial killer Anthony D'Amato, who is formerly known as Kenneth Bianchi, killed 2 women in Bellingham in 1979. He also helped his cousin murder several others in California. D'Amato is now 74 and serving time at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. The state parole board will review his case tomorrow. He's been denied parole several times before. If he were to be released this time, he still faces life sentences in California.
A young man has died after a shootout inside a homeless encampment in South Seattle. According to Como TV, the 22-year-old was shot in the head last week near 42nd Avenue South. He died from his injuries this week. Police say another man was also shot. He survived. Investigators believe the gunfire started during an attempted robbery inside an RV. They've recovered 2 guns but have not made any arrests. Neighbors say the encampment has been a problem for months. The city tracks shootings tied to homelessness and says the numbers are down from past years.
A man who was stuck in the woods in the Suquamish area for several days has been found. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lenzi reports a man called 911 after hearing someone calling out for help.
A Kitsap County Sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene around 12:30 a.m. on Saturday and heard a faint, distressed voice of a man coming from the woods saying he'd fallen from a tree. When rescuers found him, he told them he'd been lost for 4 or 5 days after trying to take a shortcut through the woods. He was taken to the hospital. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
2 people in a Whatcom County family have now tested positive for measles, and the county health department is reaching out to anyone who may have been exposed. One of the infected people was at the Family Care Network Urgent Care Facility in Linden, June 18th. If you were at the clinic around that time and aren't sure you are immune to measles, you should contact your doctor and watch for symptoms which could develop anytime between the 25th and July 9th. Those symptoms include rash, fever, cough, runny nose, watery eyes. Be aware that you can spread the illness before you know you're sick. The Whatcom County Health Department says before this year, the last measles case was confirmed in the county in 2014.
A tough blow for student athletes at Central Washington University. Rugby is getting cut. Center Square reports both varsity rugby teams are being dropped due to budget issues. CWU says overall enrollment at the university is down, and so is funding from student fees. School used to bring in $1.5 million a year. Now it's just north of $1 million. The athletic director says they waited until after the season to break the news to athletes. Some players say they feel blindsided.
Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh continues to make history.
The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. And this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. And Cal Raleigh has become the first Mariner in history to hit 10 or more home runs in 3 consecutive months.
That was home run number 32 for Cal. He's hit 5 homers in the last 4 games. The Mariners beat the Twins 11-2 yesterday. Two teams face off again in Minnesota this afternoon, 4:40 first pitch, and you can catch coverage of the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
We're about to head to Jerusalem, where a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran hangs in the balance. CBS's Robert Berger is there. We'll check in with him in a moment live. First, though, let's check the traffic, make that the weather report, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Got a mix of clouds and sun this morning. I do think we'll see a pretty nice window with a lot of sunshine for the first half of the day today, and then clouds will increase for the second half. Should still be mild even with the extra cloud cover, and will be a little warmer than yesterday in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Now, all that cloud cover will stick around, and we're really going to be socked in tomorrow with some drizzle, some mist, and yes, just cloudy conditions, even a few light sprinkles possible. Highs will only be in the upper 60s tomorrow, about 68 with cloudy conditions. Same thing on Thursday, just a few sprinkles, a little drizzle, even some light showers at about 65, 66, 67. Now, Friday, morning clouds, afternoon sun, and we'll get closer to 70, low to mid-70s on Saturday after some, again, low clouds in the morning, and then pushing back to about 80 or so with sunshine for Sunday and Monday.
Partly sunny and 60 now at 8:13.
And now we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, as we do every 10 minutes. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And the travel times continue to go up as we push our way into the 8 o'clock hour, and we're up to 50 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue. Most of the heaviest part of that is what you see daily right there through those S-curves as you work your way from the Maple Valley Highway up past SR 900 and now up to about 44th. Plus the stuff over top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, definitely significant spillover, a little over 30 minutes now, again, from Auburn to Renton, and closer to 55 again, all the way from Puyallup. Pierce County is trying to clear out. There's some brake lights there in South Tacoma, a little bit up the hill from 5 to 18. But then Federal Way to Seattle's running at about an hour and 15. 50 of those minutes are from South Center, so definitely 5 to 8 minutes behind schedule. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Pulling away from Linwood's going to be very difficult. 522 is really heavy today, pulling past the Highway 9 interchange, past Woodinville High School, and up to the 405 corridor. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily.
8:15, KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about an R&B reunion fans have waited over 2 decades for.
Brandy and Monica are hitting the road together. They are the powerhouse duo behind this hit song.
I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. He belongs to me. The boy is mine.
They just announced the Boy Is Mine tour this morning. Brandy says this tour is more than just a throwback. It's a full circle moment. She says it's about honoring where they came from and how far they've both come. The tour does not include a stop here in Seattle, but Brandy and Monica will be in Oakland and LA in November.
Maybe they'll add a stop.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay. Thanks, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Well, big news yesterday as President Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
But it got complicated. Israel is accusing Iran of launching missiles into its airspace after the ceasefire was to take effect. It's vowing to retaliate. On Iranian state media, Iran's military denies firing on Israel, although explosions and sirens were heard across the north of Israel. And the Israeli military says 2 Iranian missiles have been intercepted.
CBS News correspondent Robert Berger is in Jerusalem to help us sort this out. Robert, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's back up just a little bit and start with a reaction in Israel over the weekend. How did people respond to what happened when the U.S. fired on those nuclear sites?
Well, they were really delighted to see that happen because Israel had knocked out most of the nuclear sites except for Fordo, and that required those U.S. bunker buster bombs flown in from Missouri. And that really was an encouragement because Israel really didn't have the ability to knock that facility out. people in Israel really appreciative to the United States over that.
And I'll have the abbreviated version here. After that attack on Saturday, basically Iran fires some missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar. Those missiles they were told those missiles are coming, and they were able to be shot down, which brings us to the ceasefire that was announced yesterday afternoon by the president, Seattle time. Just give us an idea of the state of play right now, Robert, because there are accusations back and forth that this ceasefire isn't going to hold.
Yeah, well, right now it's looking really good. It got off to a rough start today. I mean, overnight, Iran was firing missiles at Israel, 4 people killed in the southern town of Beersheba. That was before the ceasefire, and Israel also launching some major airstrikes before the ceasefire went into effect. Then after it went into effect at 7 a.m. local time, there were several missiles fired by Iran, and the Israelis were threatening to retaliate until basically, to put it simply, President Trump went public before he was flying off to NATO to tell Israel not to do that. And so they just carried out a minor strike on a radar site and came back.
Do we know the actual details of the ceasefire?
Well, basically, both sides are going to stop shooting at each other. It's really as simple as that. Over the past 12 days, Israel has launched massive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, on the Revolutionary Guard. It's taken out generals. And Iran has been firing these ballistic missiles into Israel. I believe somewhere around 400 missiles were fired over this 12-day period, causing massive damage and killing about 30 people. These are big missiles. They carry hundreds of pounds of explosives as opposed to those rockets that we're accustomed to that come in from Gaza. So it was a major fighting between the two countries, and now the fighting has stopped.
So now the nuke program has been given quite a setback from the Israelis, but there is no regime change. And if indeed there is a ceasefire that holds, are the Israelis expecting the Iranians to try to rebuild that nuclear program?
Yeah, I mean, I think Israel, even though it wasn't a publicly stated goal of the war, regime change, Israel was hoping that would happen because this current regime, the Islamist Ayatollah regime, is extremely hostile to Israel, to say the least. They have threatened to wipe Israel off the map. Now it's going to be harder to do without nuclear weapons. But I think, unless this regime is toppled, which remains to be seen, I think they will try to revive their nuclear program, and then certainly they'll remain extremely hostile toward Israel.
Okay, well, Robert Berger from CBS News, we hope you remain safe in Israel, and we will continue to check in with you. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
While all of that is going on, President Trump is headed to the NATO summit in the Netherlands. CBS News senior White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe is in The Hague and has more on the trip and the goal of that gathering.
President coming here to the NATO summit, which is set to focus primarily on a boost in military spending by all members. This is an event that's attended by diplomats, leaders of the member nations, also a handful of lawmakers from these various countries. It becomes an opportunity for them to talk to each other.
Also happening, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. answering questions about HHS policy in front of the House Energy Health Subcommittee hearing over the agency's 2026 budget.
The Secretary implied that Mr. Pallone would not fight for vaccine victims because he took money from the pharmaceutical industry.
You know, again,
He needs to take back those words.
Okay, here we go.
Taken down. This, Mr. Secretary, this is a valid point of order, I'm told. So I'd ask you if you would please take back those words.
I retract it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
The clock is ticking for Congress to get President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill onto his desk by the 4th of July. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the timeline in both chambers appears to be flowing on schedule.
Well, Leader Thune and I are both intent on keeping that July 4th deadline, and I expect that they will move the bill through their chamber this week, and we will get it done on time if that's the case. So that's our intent.
Despite continued bashing from President Trump about lowering interest rates, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell tells a House hearing that tariffs present what he calls a questionable factor for long-range stability and worries over inflation. Therefore, he suggests the committee that sets rates will hold the line for now.
Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer-run objective.
Yesterday, the Supreme Court's conservative majority, which includes 3 Trump appointees, cleared the way for the Trump administration to resume deporting migrants to countries they have no connection to.
The unsigned order, which offered no reasoning, paused a ruling by a federal judge who'd blocked the administration from doing so. Having said, the administration targeted those for such deportations. They deserve a meaningful opportunity to argue the threat they may face in those third-party countries. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum has more.
The Supreme Court is not ruling on the legitimacy and lawfulness of the removals and deportations. These questions are being addressed by lower federal courts, and perhaps those cases might reach the Supreme Court a year or two from now. What the Supreme Court is doing at this time is lifting the injunctions placed by lower court judges that prevented these deportations while the merits of the cases themselves were being decided.
There was a 19-page dissent from the 3 liberal justices on the court. They accused the majority of rewarding lawlessness.
It's 8:23 and time once again to get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And no real surprises for you out there today. We are looking at brake lights right in the usual suspect locations. Looking at southbound I-5 and 405 being some of our heaviest drives pulling away from Linwood. We've got about an hour and 15-minute trip, maybe an hour and 20 now from Everett to Seattle because of the brake lights that we have now from about Northgate all the way down in across the Ship Canal Bridge. So that's materialized a little heavy, a little later in the drive than usual. For 405, it's bumper to bumper down through Bothell and then more in Totem Lake. So we are definitely losing time there. Also looking for something on westbound Highway 2, that is. As you get across the trestle, it looks like there might be a crash on the ramp to southbound I-5, which has kind of set us behind. So I'm checking into that. Have more for you in 10 minutes. The lake bridges are hanging in there at about 25 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle. Federal Way to Seattle, definitely getting better up past the Kent Des Moines Road, but it's still 50 minutes from South Center. That puts us at about an hour and 15 all the way. Getting better out of the Puyallup-Sumner area, coming up the Valley Freeway, but heavy in Auburn and at the north end. Still 50 minutes for you guys, and then matching 50 from Renton on up into Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Clouds roll in later this afternoon, a high of 79, 68, a chance of showers tomorrow. Right now in Seattle, it's 60 and sunny. Coming up, more of the day's top stories here on Seattle's Morning News. And Sully, you have a choke point?
We're going to take a look at the Vantage Bridge. It's going to get in your way as you start heading over for the summer.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
Escalation.
The U.S. attacks Iran.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America.
Stay with KIRO Newsradio for the very latest.
Iran launching missile attacks today on U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Retaliation for the American bombing.
And what it means here at home.
The Bremerton-based USS Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East.
Experience local voices you trust. Stay with KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money, but it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not not the insurance carriers. FirstMark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. And that's it. FirstMark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next FirstMark Challenge victory. Take the FirstMark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. FirstMark Insurance. They work for you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. The search for Travis Decker in Kittitas County is now shifting.
For the first time, investigators acknowledge the possibility Decker may have died in the wilderness, and now they're modifying part of their search into a recovery effort.
We get the update this morning live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, we really haven't heard the words recovery effort from any of the hundreds of investigators involved in this search so far, but Kittitas County Sheriff Clay Myers put out a full-page press release explaining for the last few weeks his deputies have been tracking dozens of leads and possible sightings for Decker, and there is still no definitive evidence Decker is alive. Walla Walla County Sheriff Mike Kreider, who's a former FBI agent who searched for the Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph, told me just last Friday he thought this day might come.
You can do all the profiling, you can do all the research you want. Pretty much at this point, when the trail goes cold and you've exhausted every lead that you can, at this point, it's just remaining vigilant.
Yeah, Kreider learned, he told me, from the Rudolph case, they need to keep getting Decker's photo out everywhere right now because at this point, it's most likely going to take a lucky break. A hiker seeing something unusual or a cabin owner noticing there was a break-in to track down more leads.
Hopefully somebody will spot him or spot something suspicious. We'll get that tip, and that will lead to, hopefully, an uneventful arrest.
You know, it's been 24 days since deputies found the bodies of Peyton Evelyn and Olivia Decker at that campsite in Chelan County. A memorial was held for the girls in Wenatchee, or near Wenatchee, just last Friday. A week ago, the search in Kittitas really ramped up for a hot second. There was hope that Decker would be found east of Cle Elum. Tactical teams, canine units, expert trackers, they spent days and nights in those remote areas, but no sign of Decker. The search for Decker is not over, clearly, but for the first time again, we're hearing those words, recovery effort.
Thank you, Luke. The National Transportation Safety Board is holding a hearing on the cause of the Alaska Airlines flight door plug blowout over Portland last year.
This is happening right now. Jennifer Homendi, chair of the NTSB, says there was a chain of events that led to the incident.
Problems were identified in numerous Boeing internal audits across production lines, employee speak-up reports, quality alerts, and regulatory compliance issues. In other words, the safety deficiencies that led to this accident should have been evident to Boeing and to the FAA.
Board members are also expected to approve recommendations to keep something similar from ever happening again.
Time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads this morning.
Well, some roads are giving up a couple of minutes. Some are picking up a few. So overall, we're about average for right now, this time of day, as you come down from let me start up in the Everett area. I didn't find a crash active anymore, westbound 2 to southbound I-5, but there is residual slowing across the trestle, which is impacting the east end, and for those of you of 204. But once you get across that, it's not too bad. And then I-5 is great all the way down to you get to Linwood, and then you hit the normal stuff there. There is a pretty sizable gap now through Mount Lake Terrace and Shoreline until you get down to about 85th. So we're back to about an hour from Everett to Seattle and about an hour from Everett to Bellevue, which is pretty decent. Northbound I-5 is getting better through Federal Way, but we still have a 50-minute trip to get you from South Center into downtown. We did have a fresh crash on southbound 405 right around the Family Fun Center in Tukwila, but it appeared to move out of the right lane pretty quickly, so that's not too bad. Don't have to worry about that anymore. 50 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. The Valley Freeway is getting better, but it's still about 50 minutes from end to end as well. The Lake Bridges, I-90 definitely getting heavy off Mercer Island. 30 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle, 22 on 520. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors. Call 800-562-6900.
Beautiful day. We're going to see sunshine for most of it, but increasing clouds by tonight. 79 the high today. For tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a few sprinkles here and there, pushing 70, and then on Thursday, a few showers a possibility. A little bit cooler, but then we're going to rebound for the weekend. Back to partly sunny on Friday and 69 into the mid and upper 70s for the weekend. Right now, it's warmed up to 60 in Seattle.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, you have 2 more weekends of smooth traveling on eastbound I-90 across the Vantage Bridge, but after the 4th of July, The 24/7 lane restrictions return.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the fun, Sully.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is the second year of work on the 60-year-old Vantage Bridge over the Columbia River. And for the last couple of months, WashDOT has closed a lane in each direction Monday through Thursday, but has kept the lanes open for weekend travel. WashDOT Summer Dairy says that is going to be changing very soon.
After the 4th of July, we're going to close it down 24/7 for those single lane closures in each direction. And then one more time, we're going to pop back up on Labor Day weekend.
That holiday weekend, all the lanes will be open, and then the lane restrictions will return until work is stopped by the weather sometime in November. Derry says drivers need to be prepared for the return of those long delays through the area, especially eastbound on Friday afternoons and westbound on Sundays.
It's summer break now. Drivers really need to be aware of that this is a permanently recreational route. So if you're traveling across the state between the 4th of July and Labor Day, you will definitely need to plan for additional travel time across the Vantage Bridge.
Or you can come up with different ways to go. Derry has a few options.
If you're farther to the north, go up toward North Cascades, Leavenworth area, go up and around that way. If you're closer to the Yakima area, loop back down to Moxie or through the Tri-Cities and scoop back up. So lots of ways to avoid significant backups, just getting across that pinch point across the Vantage Bridge, depending on where you need to go.
And unlike Charlie and myself, who were lucky, don't trust your GPS when it wants to divert you off the freeway.
What we don't recommend whatsoever is taking the old Vantage Highway.
We got lucky. Admit it, Charlie. I told you, don't use the old Vantage Highway.
Am I supposed to say that?
Yes.
On the radio?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got lucky. And I know it's okay. I tried it once too, because that's the alternative. You get off at Kittitas, you head north a little bit, then you go down the windy canyon.
It's beautiful.
Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But the problem
Those
is
windmills are blowing
oh
right
my God.
there.
And then you get down and there's horses, a lot of animals there. Yeah. There's no lighting. Yeah. So if you're there at certain times of day, it may not be great. And during the biggest backups last year, it didn't move for the final 2 miles because as you go down, work your way past the petrified forest, which I'm sure we've all been to.
Oh, yeah.
And then the boat launch there into the Columbia River, you have to get back in and merge into that. And it just didn't move. I got lucky at 6:45 in the morning. You got lucky a little bit in the afternoon. I would still try to avoid that. As a go-to, because you don't want to get stuck. Also, if you're heading east, check the Gorge concert schedule, even if you're not going to a show, because that adds thousands of more people onto the roads. We have 3 more years of this as they're replacing the panels and redoing all of that work over the Columbia River. And again, this all starts up again 24/7, 7 days a week, starting right after the 4th of July.
As I said, fun, Charlie.
Yeah. Wait a second. Am I pretty hosed on Friday? Because I'm going on Friday. They're doing the lane closure that day anyway?
No. That again, after Labor Day.
Yeah.
So this week and next week, it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then they're off Friday. I did it last Friday as well.
Got it.
And it was fine. But they've been doing it in the spring, Monday through Thursday, and keeping it Friday, Saturday, Sunday open.
Okay.
But that is what changes 24/7
after the 4th of July. Okay.
So yeah, but Labor Day they're going to reopen everything for those 3 days, and then close again until they finish the work when the rain comes later in the year. So yeah, this has the potential to be, anybody who got stuck in this last year knows they don't want to, what a repeat will look like.
Well, at least you have your eyes on a gorgeous part of the state.
Well, that is very true. That canyon is pretty beautiful. And then, going down and watch the Columbia River, beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I get it. Enjoy.
What's coming up in traffic?
We're looking at the heavy brake lights now northbound I-5 as you make your way past the West Seattle Bridge. So we'll break it down next.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. We live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Check out the Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley's new location at 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for your 4th and enjoy great food at Firecracker Alley. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Open now through July 4th.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
It's 8:43, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are still working with a pretty heavy Tuesday, but things are starting to loosen up here and there. I'm going to look at northbound I-5, seeing the brake lights from about the middle of Boeing Field now up past I-90. And we might be getting another new crash there just as we get up towards the north end of the Boeing Field area. I'm going to be checking into that. But we have 50 minutes still from South Center into downtown and an hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. So we still have work to do there. Looks like with this crash may not have cleared on southbound 405 as you get past the Family Fun Center there, working past the 167 corridor, trying to get over to I-5, or it may be a second one just in the same area because what I had seen, it had cleared, but apparently maybe we have another one there. So there is some braking through Renton trying to get over to I-5. Spillover onto the Valley Freeway, definitely still active. 30 minutes out of Auburn, but getting closer to dropping to about 28 now. So we're getting there and a little bit back under 50 from Federal Way, Puyallup on that drive. But then you'll start losing minutes again through those Renton S-curves. Still about 48 minutes to make the drive up into Bellevue. Also seeing some very late slowing on eastbound 512 just past the Puyallup Fairgrounds there, so plan on a couple of minutes worth of a delay there. The drive across the lake, you're going to need about 30 minutes on I-90, about 25 on 520, and about an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be a beautiful day, up around 80 for our high. Increasing clouds late today, though, and will stay cloudy for tomorrow and Thursday. Look for a few sprinkles tomorrow, 69, 67 on Thursday with a chance of showers, but then drying out again for the weekend by Sunday, up around 80 again. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 61.
8:45 now, a country song just scored the top spot on a Billboard chart again, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard has details.
Morgan Wallen's latest chart topper, I'm the Problem, is doing anything but causing problems for him, at least.
And it got me thinking, if I'm the problem, well, you might be the reason.
His song has been in the #1 spot on the Billboard 200 chart for 5 weeks straight now. Meanwhile, the singer is out on tour, bringing out some serious star power. He does a huge walkout at the beginning of his concerts. On Friday, he walked out with NFL legend Andre Johnson. Then on Saturday, he walked out with rapper Drake. So Morgan Wallen will take the stage at Lumen Field next month.
I was hearing how he has all those chart positions on Billboard. He's selling like crazy. People are downloading on Spotify, but he can't get the song played on country radio. That's what they say, at least. I was reading that yesterday. All right. Thank you, Katrina. 8:46. And coming up, we have G. Scott. He's returning, talking about an interesting trend for some of Seattle's biggest tourist attractions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, mix, When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix,
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Oh, gee, your song always makes me so happy.
Yeah, I'm glad it does. I'm glad it does. Good morning, y'all.
Welcome back. G.
Good. I just want to tell you these I'm fighting for my life.
What's going on, man?
Allergies, man. I'm fighting for my life.
I feel
R.
ya.
Kelly. That's if you guys missed that one. Anyways,
I had a record 21 sneeze stretch yesterday. I have the whole. Yes,
Really?
I sneezed 21 times in a row. I thought I was going to die. Anyway, so I feel your pain is my point.
You have some interesting stuff from Gene Balk over at the Seattle Times,
yeah, the FYI guy, as you all know right now, it is peak tourist season right here in Seattle. All the cruise ships back. Folks pulling up to Pike Place Market, that's happening. Folks taking their booze down to the new revitalized waterfront. Have you guys taken your booze there yet?
I've gone through myself. Am I in my own boo?
You didn't bring your boo?
I haven't. I have not brung my boo.
I thought you said booze. I was like, are you going paper bags?
Of course you did, Sully.
Wow, okay.
Okay, so here's what's going on. There's one group that is not showing up down to Seattle's attractions, and it happens to be locals. Locals are not showing up. Every year, Nielsen surveys Seattle area residents about attractions and different events that they have attended in the last 12 months. So from February 2024 to February 2025, 31% of the adult population in the Seattle area has visited Pike Place Market. Now, let me ask, stop right there. In the last 12 months, have you guys been to Pike Place?
Well, I go opposite tourist season. Like, I love doing the stuff down. I go to the market all the time when it's off season, so I can avoid the crowds.
Okay.
I might be on the edge of that for Pike Place Market. I think it was more like a year and a half ago.
Okay, just making sure. Sully, when you been there?
Prior to COVID, probably.
Yeah.
Prior to COVID?
Yeah.
That was 5 years ago, my boy.
Yeah.
You need to get out
I
more.
don't go downtown at all, ever.
Okay,
Except
I'm
unless I'm
glad
working.
Sully started there. So, many of the Seattle attractions lately have seen fewer local visitors. So, since Sully started out with 5 years ago, this survey in here by Gene Balk was over the last 5 years. I'm going to point out what they talked about in here, the places in which there has been an increase and decrease in attractions. All right, first, the leader in people just pulling up, it is a 114% increase, the Seattle Storm.
Oh, yeah.
Over the last 5 years, y'all are going to those games. The Seahawks has seen a 14% increase in the last 5 years. The Seattle Aquarium, I was recently there. It has seen an 11% increase in the last 5 years. Now, let me get to the bottom. The Sounders have seen a 26% decrease. The Pacific Science Center has seen a 24% decrease. And the Seattle Great Wheel has seen a negative 10% decrease. But the thing is, over the last 5 years, they're saying Pike Place Market has seen a 19% decrease. So I brought that up to just say, are you guys going downtown? Are you guys going to some of these attractions?
Traffic is so difficult. That's the thing. I mean, traffic
parking.
just, grinds my gears.
Grinds my gears.
Yeah, bro. You're not that old to be saying grinds your gears.
Hey, I am hip to the skip, G.
Hip to the skip. I'll say this. One thing that I wish that downtown Seattle could really start to prioritize is, like David Burbank said, parking. Parking drives me nuts down there. It is hard to find. It's expensive as heck. You know what I mean? And so it makes you want to go other places. Would you say language? I said heck.
You know what heck is, right?
What is heck?
A place for people who don't believe in gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
okay.
my. Oh.
G.
Kick me out.
Did you hear
kick
that?
me out. No, just kick me out. I want to get out.
We'll be listening 9 to noon, the G and Ursula show. Charlie.
Oh my
Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
By the way, Pamela in Black Diamond also thought G said booze, but she's an active bartender, so I get that. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you. We both need our hearing checked, apparently. Or refer to our significant others as booze, which I do not. So but there you go. I am not hip to the skip. Looking at the drive out of the north end, we have about an hour drive still from Everett into Bellevue, bumper to bumper, as you make your way down through Bothell and Amore and Totem Lake. Southbound I-5, a little bit in Linwood, and then not too bad till you get down to Northgate. So we still have about 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle. Federal Way to Seattle's getting much better on the first half of that drive, about an hour and 10-minute drive now. 50 of those minutes still from South Center. Renton to Bellevue's back under 50, which is great. Valley Freeway starting to get a little bit better, back under 50 there as well. Northbound I-5 struggling up towards out into Squally. Looks like we've got a new crash there as we work our way up to Mounts Road. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com. Convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland. Seaport Airlines, parking just steps away, no TSA. FlySeaportAir.com.
Beautiful day. We're going to see sunshine for most of it. Increasing clouds late today, pushing 80 for our high. And then here comes some sprinkles for tomorrow, staying mostly cloudy and around 70. Right now in Seattle, the sun is shining. It's warmed up to 62.
G and Ursula show coming up. The Justice Department announced it's suing Washington State. G and Ursula will discuss it next. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and